you at the dates. Okay, so I hit time, so I will get over this. It's good. Yes. Okay, Mr. Tower, sorry about that. Thank you so much for your patience.
No problem. Good morning.
Okay,
I
so
have
you're
Mr. Titus. It's a motion.
There's a motion to what?
Your Honor, you lowered Mr. Titus's bond about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago. And there's a condition of his bond that he cannot return to his home address because it was the belief that the complainant resided there. The complainant moved out on February 22nd. And so even though the bond could be posted, Mr. Titus has remained in jail because he doesn't want to violate the bond as ordered. So I'm just asking you to remove the provision that he cannot go near the address on Penred Street in Detroit.
Is this the guy that I had some time ago that wanted to stay in jail?
I don't think he wanted to stay in jail, Your Honor.
I had a defendant who wanted to stay in jail because he didn't have anywhere else to go.
Oh, no, he has a place to go. He owns the home. And the complainant, they were residing together, and the complainant moved out on February 22nd.
Did you discuss any of this with the prosecuting attorney?
I did, and she contacted her on March 14th, and she advised us that the complaining witness informed her that she had left, but that she could not stipulate.
Okay, let's call that case. What's your client's name again?
My client's name is Robert Titus.
Okay.
Titus.
All right.
Calling case number 240-55890, the people of the state of Michigan versus Robert Titus. Defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, personal injury, sword notice. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, personal injury, sword notice. Count 3, assault with intent to do rape out of crime less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, domestic violence, habitual offender for defense notice. Today is the date time for motion hearing. Appearances, please.
Lisa Kirsch-Satawa on behalf of Mr. Titus.
Ms. Drain, is this your case?
I don't think so.
This is Miss Kurt's case. Bring Kurt.
Oh, right. Okay.
Ms. Kurt isn't here.
I can text her, Your Honor.
Okay. Stand by, Mr. Tower.
Okay.
Ms. Moss.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Mr. Pennell, who's here via Zoom.
Okay. Do I have an APA here on for now?
That's me, Judge. I'm on that one.
Okay, great. We're ready on for now.
Calling case number 240-56146, the people of the state of Michigan versus Philip Kimbell. Defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration, disorder notice, habitual offender, offense notice. Today is the day and time for probable cause. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Your appearance, Ms. Moss?
Sorry. I'm sorry. 1 minute. Good morning, Your Honor. May I please assign record Vanessa Moss, P63901, representing Mr. Pennell.
Mr. Pennell, tell us your name for the record.
Philip Michael Pennell Jr.
All right.
Your
What's your
Honor,
pleasure?
we were just here 2 days ago. I have received discovery. I'm asking for a that this matter be set for preliminary examination.
Okay, how is March 27th at 1, no, not 1:30, I'm sorry.
At 1 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
What time?
We can do 12:30.
12:30 works.
March 27th at 12:30, bond will be continued.
Your Honor, would the court entertain a personal bond from Mr. Pennell?
Why would I do that?
I'm sorry,
Why would I do that?
because I'm asking for a personal bond. Mr. Pennell does not present a danger to society. He does have somewhere to go other than the home that he was living in.
What's his current bond?
I think his current bond is 10,000.
Sounds more than reasonable. People,
Your Honor, I'm asking for no change at this time. I'd ask for a DSU report.
I'm ready.
that sounds reasonable. I'll refer it to pretrial services.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please assign record Vanessa Moss, P63901.
Ms. Moss, come on now. Denied, bond continued. I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation. We can address the matter again if need be after the preliminary examination. You're all set, Mr. Pennell. Thank you.
Hey, can I
Thank
ask
you,
you
Your Honor.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Is there a Miss Savannah Mendez in the courtroom?
Is what?
Is there a Miss Savannah Mendez in the courtroom?
Is my sound working?
Recording stopped.
I don't know.
'Cause
It's
I
working now.
need a phone number so I can contact her, please.
I don't have anybody's number. I don't know who that is.
Miss Savannah Mendez in the courtroom.
Oh, you're Miss Mendez?
Yes.
I don't know if she wants to give you her number on
Right.
YouTube.
All right. Oh, there's no way. All right.
I'll continue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. See you next week.
Okay.
Have a good day. Good weekend.
You too. Did we do Troyville?
Yes, ma'am. That's all I have for you this morning.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You
Appreciate it.
too. Have a good weekend too.
You too.
Bushy's locked up.
Your Honor, um, I'm here for a competency hearing for Mr. Kevin Dwight Marks as well. I don't,
We're waiting on Mr. Dox.
thank you very much.
Mr. Tower, you might need to pull over.
Well, I was pulled over when you were doing my case before, and then you were doing other stuff, so I thought I would drive because they're waiting for me at Frank Murphy. So I'll pull over again when we're ready.
Okay. Whatever she says, she's cracking herself up. You know who the attorney is on Bushy? Have we seen Mr. Shulman yet? Ms. Kirk. Ms. Kirk, Mr. Tyler.
Good morning, Your Honor. I do apologize. It took me quite a long time to get into the office this morning.
I understand, me too. Okay, recalling case 24055890001, People of the State of Michigan versus Robert Omar Titus. This matter is before the court on a motion hearing. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Kurt on behalf of the people, P84009.
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Tyler.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Kirsch-Satawa on behalf of Mr. Titus, and I am pulling over right this second.
Okay.
Today is the date and time for our motion to modify one condition of bond, and that is that there's a condition that Mr. Titus cannot return to the Penrod Street address in Detroit, and we are requesting that be removed as the complainant has vacated that home as of February 22nd, and that is the obstacle to Mr. Titus being released. I believe that Ms. Kurt has verified that, in fact, the complainant has moved out. So we're asking for that modification.
Your Honor, I think moved out. Just a second, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I don't think moved out is a correct term. All of her belongings and all of the children's belongings are still there. She is, last I heard, in a shelter. But all of her belongings and all of the children's belongings are still there.
Why is she in the shelter?
Your Honor, that is the choice she made. She has not explained to me why.
So
But all of her stuff and all. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What is she going to do about her belongings?
Your Honor, last I heard, she was going to try to get a police standby to be able to retrieve all of the items. But my understanding is that she's having some difficulties right now.
I don't understand what's going on here. She needs a police standby for what? Because the defendant is in jail.
Your Honor, I don't know. But that is what she told me. I'm
Your Honor,
simply relaying what I've been informed.
Your Honor, I would also remind the court that this is a complainant who did not show up for the preliminary exam. We do have it set again. And certainly my client owns the home and he resides there with his brother. And if there, if she needs to retrieve belongings, which I was told are not there, but I will defer to Ms. Kurt. But I'm sure that my client would leave for an afternoon, and whoever supervision she felt necessary to be with her to get her belongings would not be a problem.
Okay, what I'm inclined to do, I'm going to get her to this weekend to get her belongings. The defendant will be allowed to go back to his home by Monday, since she's not there. She's not going to tie up two places.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So effective March 25th, the defendant will be allowed to go back to that residence.
Yes, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Kirk, please convey to the complaining witness that she needs to get all of her belongings out of there by this weekend.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I need an order. Mr. Tyler.
I emailed an order to Madam Clerk yesterday. I believe we would have to make the modification that it would be effective on Monday.
All right, send me a modified order then.
I will do that.
All right, make sure you get it in today, because I'm here this weekend.
Oh, it'll be there in like 10 minutes.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Kurt. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
thank you, you too.
Try to get some. Bushy. They're trying to get someone out, Judge, for Bushy.
Mr. Schuman.
Yeah, good morning, Judge. I have an exam on a Walker-McNeil. I thought it was Judge Giles, and then he said it wasn't his case, so I came over to Frank Murphy, and then I looked it up, and it's you. So I can be back in 5 minutes. I didn't realize his case. I was over there. So I sent a message to Ms. Drain. He's in the MDOC. I don't even know if he's even been produced, but I'll be right over in 5 minutes.
Do we have Walker?
No, he has it typed in.
He's in the Michigan Department of Corrections.
Yeah, he's in the MDOC.
So he's in MDOC. Did we know that? Because I would have set this at 9 o'clock.
Yes, I did. Yep, I brought it up to Shelley. Dream knew it as well. I gave her his INME number, so I knew he was there. He was. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Was this exam set in my absence?
Yes, it was.
Okay, that's
what I think. That's why I thought it was Judge. I think that's why I thought it was Judge Giles, because I went to his courtroom, and then they said it wasn't on the docket, and I realized that's what happened. Yep. It's a judge. I think it's a 2020 case, or maybe 2000. It's an old.
That's what I get to take time off. Who's my APA on that?
It's Shelley Dreen, and I emailed her this morning, and I left a voice message for her because I wasn't sure who the judge was, and I was driving. I didn't want to, and when I came to Frank Murphy, I looked it up. It was you. So, but I can come across the street. I don't know if he's there. I don't know. Whatever you want me to do.
He's not here.
Okay.
2 reasons. One, even if he was here, he wouldn't be here at 9 o'clock because we don't get prisoners before 10.
Okay.
And so whoever said this at 9 o'clock today didn't rid him out to be here.
Yep, I figured that's
about 2 weeks.
Oh, there's Miss Drain, I think. Shelley.
Okay, let's call.
Do you want? Okay. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, hold on one more. Your Honor, he is down.
He's here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's here.
Okay, I'll come right across the street then. That's what you want me to do.
Well, I would ask if the complainant is present. I'm not over in the court, but I don't think the complainant is present. This was scheduled at 9 and it is now
35.
35.
No, we don't.
Have one office.
Okay.
You want to check the hall? Let me have that check. Okay. Whatever.
Check. You. Thank you. Wow.
Okay. Did we call it? Or did we call it already? Okay.
Upstairs or.
Calling case number 200589999, people of the state of Michigan versus Walker-McNeil. Defendant is being charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, discharge from vehicle. Count 2, assault with intent to break out of car, less than murder or strangulation. Count 3, assault with intent to break out of car, less than murder or strangulation. Count 4, assault with intent to break out of car, less than murder or strangulation. Count 5, weapons. Count 6, It's inside all of the selectmen belongings to start.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sanford Shulman, P 43230. Appearing on behalf of Kieran Deshaun Walker-McNeil. I'll waive his appearance. It's my understanding that he's in the Michigan Department of Corrections, and he might have been produced for today, but for purposes of this hearing, I will waive his personal appearance in court.
All right, he is in the building. They just haven't brought him up yet. The court will waive within his presence. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. First of all, this is an older case and the complainant is not present. I cannot proceed without their testimony today.
And Your Honor, I recognize that this is a case from 2020, and the defense is ready. I am across the street at Frank Murphy, but I'll come right over for the exam. It's my understanding the complainants are not here, so we respectfully ask for dismissal without prejudice.
So, or the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Okay. I might come over and get a copy of that order at some point, but thank you.
So looking for an attorney, Bushy, and Mr. Knox has appeared. Ms. Lynch.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
Long
doing
time.
well. How are you?
I went to headquarters today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
so for 3
How do you
years
like
now.
that?
I love it.
Please.
I'm gonna do it. I can hit my 25 years in August. But I'm in school for nursing. So
Are you?
I think when I'm done, yeah, I wanna switch over to nursing, travel nurse.
You're going from one beast to another.
I
huh?
am, yes.
Glutton for
I had a
punishment.
great career, yeah.
All right.
It was nice seeing you.
It's
Have a
good
good
seeing you.
weekend.
Take care.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, have you talked to Mr. Knox?
I have not.
You have a number for him?
I do not, Your Honor.
We have found Mr. Knox's home. That's Captain Marks. Do we have a report back, Ms. Lynch?
Yes, we do.
What did they find?
They found that he was competent to stand trial at this time.
Okay, great. Mr. Knox, this is the personal secretary. Sir, we wait.
chooses to reject this modification for any reason.
Mr. Knox?
Your Honor.
Okay. Calling case 2360464. People of the state of Michigan versus Kevin Dwight Marks. Defendant is charged in count 1. If I can find the information.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hang on a second, let me call the case.
Okay.
I don't really see the information. Count 1, unarmed robbery. Appearances for the record, please. Now, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Lynch, your appearance, please. You muted yourself. There you go.
Dinah Lynch, on behalf of the people, P84589.
And good morning, Your Honor, and your staff, Attorney Quentin Dox, P number 79657, on behalf of my client, Kevin Marks, Your Honor. I'm asking the court to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing.
Mr. Dox, did you just get out the shower or something? You got a towel wrapped around you.
No, Your Honor, it's a sweater. I'm sorry about that.
That's the sweater, okay. All right. Court will waive the defendant's presence. This matter is scheduled for a competency hearing. We do have a report back from the forensic center finding the defendant competent to stand trial.
Yes, I have received the report, Your Honor, dated March 8th. It was sent to me, and I have received the report.
Will you stipulate to those findings?
I will stipulate, Your Honor.
Ms. Lynch?
Good morning, Your Honor. We would stipulate to the finding, and we would request a preliminary examination in this case.
Mr. Dox?
Yes, Your Honor. We would. My client wants a preliminary examination.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty, and we'll set this matter for preliminary examination. We'll set it for March 27th is your client in or out?
He's in, Your Honor.
March 27th at 11:45.
Your
That
Honor,
works for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have a preliminary exam at Inkster at 12.
Your Honor, on that date, I meant Frank Murphy. That works for the people, Your Honor.
1:45 works for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. March 27th at 1:45, bound to be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Just send out a call back to the about the issue.
Okay.
No, this is fine, I'll let you know downstairs. Also, I'm taking stuff that, Bushy, he is at the top of jail, but his case is not showing up on here. He's in the county jail. This docket is, so he's not. So it's not showing this case here.
Judge, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with Bushy, but they seem to be having a hard time getting an attorney, but I'll call back.
We'll just put it over to them.
Okay. Excuse me, no. Can you speak to the detention center? Judge, they have 4 lots, so many now for Bushy.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Ms. Watt?
Good morning, Your Honor. I was just spot appointed on the Ricky Bushy case.
I know. Okay. Let me call it.
Right. Calling case number 240-56212, the people of the state of Michigan versus Ricky Bushy. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to carry out conquest and murder or gun strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3, domestic violence, aggravated. Today's the date and time for probable cause hearing. Please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Coral Watt appearing on behalf of Ricky Bushy, newly appointed, P41508.
So what's your question, Ms. Watt?
I would like another PCC date so that I can speak to the client. Is the client in custody or out?
He's in custody.
Okay, so I need to speak with the client, get the discovery, et cetera. So I'm asking for a new PCC date if the court would not mind.
I'll adjourn the PCC date to March 28th at 8:30.
Okay, March 28th at 8:30. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Drain, you'll send me the discovery?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you,
You
you
too.
too. Let me see the exam. Supposed to snow all of them.
Have a chance to. You have opportunity to certain.
You get a chance. Can you get this person?
You are quite good, JR. It's not the same for me.
Just as we should have a closed case. And trespass and
You have to check. Better, I can print that one.
thanks.
No judge. That's fine.
There she is.
It's bad, Judge.
Made it.
I've been out there for over an hour, so. My client called, he's out there too, he's trying to be. So nothing is coming up with like the city chart in JIS system, so I can do a research and see what comes up. Maybe outside. I thought that was the last letter. I thought it was A, I'm sorry. So those are his two.
Don't have to.
Yes.
This one, I probably. This one, probably another 2 weeks.
Yes. small time.
It isn't in the city.
Uh-huh.
I give you,
I
usually
wonder if
I,
we're gonna close.
you think take your question?
It's possible.
Let's see.
My comments behind the other people. That's it. Secret. But. Oh, wow.
Do we have anything that's ready, folks? I saw a couple of attorneys, I saw Mr. Sanford and I saw Mr. Wine.
Well, you saw Mr. Weiner, Judge, but my case not till 11:30 here.
Oh, okay, you're here early, I appreciate that.
I just fought the snow and came early.
Okay,
If you need to stand in for somebody, I will.
I appreciate you, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Wait up there. Your Honor, we got Charles Ferris just showed up here. So.
Ferris is ready?
Yes, sir. And that's Miss Sanford. Hi.
All right.
Can both come in? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Ready to say? Okay.
That's right, right. I was so stressed out. Hard on the watch facing me instead of other direction. So when I was making that change.
Calling case 2455879 for the state of Michigan versus Charles Edward Spears. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Defendant has an original offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Morrow on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8.20B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley.
Permission granted.
Good morning, Attorney Monica Sanford, P62315 on behalf of Mr. Harris.
Your name for the record, sir? Charles Spears. There's a date and time separate from your examination. Ready to proceed?
Your Honor, we are not ready to proceed in this matter. The complainant was notified of today's date and time of the preliminary examination, and they are not here, so we are unable to proceed.
Did you check with the complainant to see if they were stuck in traffic or anything?
I have not, however, I did try to get a hold of the complaining witness before today's date, and they were just unresponsive, so I wasn't necessarily anticipating them to be present today.
I see. Sam?
Your Honor, this is the date time set for preliminary exam, ready to proceed, we ask this matter be dismissed.
So, or dismiss this matter without prejudice. Need to dismiss it. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Happy birthday.
Mr. McAlpine.
Good morning.
Glad to see you made it safe. Yeah. Where's your client? Downstairs. Yeah. So I'm gonna hold.
I'm gonna chat with them momentarily. I met with them the other day.
Does the people have witnesses?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, how you doing, man? All right. Mr. Alpine, he's out. No. Hold on for a minute.
Are we ready on Michael Scott?
Yes, we're ready.
She's done.
Okay, I guess we're ready for Scott.
Why don't you go stand next to your attorney?
Calling case 2455872 for the state of Michigan versus Michael Edward Scott. Defendant is charged with count 1 unlawful imprisonment. Appearances of count 2 unlawful imprisonment. Count 3 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 4 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 5 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 6 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 7 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 8 felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 9 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 10 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 11 domestic violence. Defendant has a original from the fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shall I direct to the people, for 6021?
Good morning, Judge Warren, I outline number 52522. I'm here on behalf of Michael Scott, who is present, standing to my.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Michael Scott.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
How many witnesses for the?
Or Judge.
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
All right. Any preliminary matters before we call you witness?
Your Honor, no preliminary matters. At this time, the people will call Ms. Azealia Wells.
Just one moment. All right, thank you, Judge.
Morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated here. Give her your name and spell it for her. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone. It will be on your left once you sit down. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name for the record, please. Valencia Williams. All right, Ms. Wells, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? Okay, thank you. Ms. Wells, I want to bring your attention back to the date of February 18th of this year, 2024. Do you remember that date? Yes. Okay. What did you do on that date? I woke up and went to the grocery store. Okay. What happened after you went to the grocery store? Kenneth brought the groceries back home, then left that out to go get my cousin, and then I came back to my house. Okay, so you left your house, got your cousin, and came back to your house? Yes, ma'am. What's your cousin's name? John Calvin. Okay, and came back to your home. Where's your home located? 1516 Kansas. And is that in the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne? Yes. And what do you mean was located? On the day after my husband got locked up, somebody came and set my house on fire. Okay. That was the day after? Yes, the day after. Okay, thank you. All right, so. I don't know, I think it was the same night, as a matter of fact. Okay, thank you. So you and your cousin are back at your house? Yes. And does anyone live at the house other than you? Yes, my twins. Okay. How old are your twins? 14 months. Okay. And what about your husband? Me and my husband, David. Okay, what is your husband's name? Michael Scott. Okay, do you see him in the courtroom here today? Yes. For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today? Stand right there with the green one. Okay. Your please let this record reflect that this event has identified the defendant, Michael Scott.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, so you and your cousin are at your house. Your husband is not home? Yes, my husband was home. When we returned back to the house, my husband took my cousin to the store and bought him a beer. Okay. So everything was. But you weren't there, you stayed home, is that right? Yes. Okay, so after they left, did they come back? Yes, they came back. Okay. 10, 15 minutes. Okay, what happened when your husband and your cousin John Calvin came back? When they came back in the house, my husband seemed like he was agitated, and he told me he was that he was about to go. He was like, man, I'm about to go. Your cousin, he tried to talk to a female at the store, and he just made me lose the contract with the store or whatever. Because he does security, and he has been trying to get a contract with the store owner. But little did he know, I had already seen a message in his phone when the owner sent him and said he was good. He said, I'm good, my man. Okay. So you noticed that your cousin is agitated? Yes. And he said he's agitated about your cousin? Yes. Okay. So did your husband stay at the house or did he leave? What happened? No, he left out the house and he wouldn't stay in the car for a minute. Okay. And where was the car? The car was sitting in front of the house. Okay. And what happened next? That's when I called him. I said, what's wrong? What happened? What transpired within that 10 minutes when y'all went to the store? And he wouldn't tell me. He was just agitated. He was like, I'm gonna hurt your cousin. That's what he said first. I'm gonna hurt. If I come back in the house, I'm gonna hurt your cousin.
Excuse me, Your Honor. This witness is testifying as to what my client said. I don't know that, I believe that would constitute hearsay.
Not offered. Oh, your client is not hearsay.
Okay, so what did you think when when your husband said threatened your cousin? He said he was gonna hurt him, he never said nothing like that, that he was gonna do nothing like that, just to me. He said he would never, he never said that about my family, so I really took it serious. Okay. Did he say how he was gonna hurt him? No, he just said he was gonna hurt him. Okay. So you're on the phone with him, so your husband's still in the car and you're in the house on the phone? Yes. Okay, so what happens after that moves on? He hung up and then I asked my cousin, I said, what happened? What happened? He's like, man, he mad at me because I'm trying to talk to a girl. Okay. And I told him, I can talk to a girl, as long as you don't talk to a girl, as long as you don't talk to another woman. And I guess he got mad after that, because he heard it from my family, my cousin, male cousin told me. Okay. And after that, he got mad. Okay. After that, who got mad? My husband. Okay. All right, so you're getting a bigger picture of what happened really, here? Yes, okay. What really was mad about. So after you talked to your cousin, what happened after that? As I talked to my cousin, that's when I called him, like, what's wrong? What's wrong? You need to calm down. That's when he just started saying, that's when he said, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna kill your cousin. It turned from, I'm gonna hurt your cousin, so I'm gonna kill your cousin. Okay. I'm gonna kill your cousin. And I'm like, my cousin ain't do nothing. He told me what happened, and we was going back and forth, and then we hugged up, and we was back and forth on the phone, hanging up back and forth. And finally called back and said, I'm gonna kill you and your cousin. Okay, did that surprise you? No, it didn't surprise me because he told me he was gonna kill my cousin. And he told me to kill me before, so it didn't surprise me. He told you he was gonna kill you before? Yes. Okay. All right, so I had messages in my phone from January and October, when he sent me messages and said he would kill me and he don't care about the shoulder police. They're still in my phone. You have messages from him saying he was from January the 23rd. Okay. Okay, so after he has now told you he's gonna kill your cousin, he's gonna kill you, is he still in the vehicle? No, he was no longer there. He was at his cousin's house. So he left? He was at one of his female cousin's house, yeah. Okay. And I guess they egged him on, they misled him, manipulated him, and they never liked me in the beginning. So. Okay, so he's not there, and so you have a conversation. So after you got off the phone last time with him while he was away, what happened next? That's when me and my cousin tried to start playing together. So he got there, started trying to leave. And why were you trying to put a plan together? Because I wasn't really sure. I told my cousin, I said, because maybe I should. First, my cousin, I said, cuz maybe we should get a lift and let's leave. My cousin my cousin was like, no, I don't think we don't need no lift. And then like 5 minutes later, my cousin said, you know what? So that's why his baby mama, he talked to his baby mama because he had left his phone at home. So he called his baby mama off my phone and told her what happened. She sent him a lift then. Okay, so a lift was ordered to my address to pick up my cousin. To pick up your cousin. What about you? Were you going to be part of that or no? At the last minute, I had started putting my kids' clothes on. I wasn't going to be there. Okay, and where are your twins at this time? They're in the house. Okay. All right, so you and your cousin are waiting for the lift and planning to leave. Is that right? Yes. Okay. At this moment, we plan to leave. Okay. What happens after that? He walked in the house. When you say he, were you speaking of? Michael. Okay. Did you know that Michael was back in the area? I know he was on his way. Okay. I felt it. And he came right before the lift. Okay. So your husband, Michael Scott, arrives at the house before the lift gets there. Is that right? Right before the lift gets there. The lift pulled up like maybe a minute after. Okay. A minute after. So when Mr. Scott pulled up, what did he do? He came in the house and said, y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing? Get the fuck my cousin and we start, I was putting my kids' clothes on, but when I heard him open the door, I moved away from my daughter because I didn't want him to know that I was planning on leaving. Okay. And then I just went back and then tried to pick her up, like maybe if I pick her up, this is stop me getting mad. I had her in my hand and then he said, put her down, put her down, put her down. Okay. And then he said, y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing? y'all ain't going nowhere. My cousin started walking up to him saying, "Girl, what's wrong? What's wrong?" He said, y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Then he tried, that's when he took the baby and put her upstairs. And then when he took the baby and the first baby and put her upstairs, I told my cousin, I said, when you come get the second baby, we about to leave. We about to be out. We about to run. But my cousin didn't understand what I said. So my cousin tried to leave out the house before he even came and got the second baby. And that's when he came down the stairs and saying, "Where you going? Where you going? Get the fuck back. Get the fuck back. I told you ain't going nowhere."
Okay.
So,
Excuse me, Your Honor. This witness is telling a story. She said as a prosecutor is asking her a question and she's going on and on. It's a narrative.
It's just a situation.
It's a narrative. I mean, she's not even answering the question. She's embellishing the story and not directly answering the question. She's answering the question and she's going on and on and on and on.
Well, Your Honor, I don't believe that she's embellishing. I think she is answering the questions as best as she can and getting out all the details as she remembers. I will try to ask more questions.
Very well.
Okay. All right. So, so you're at the point now where your husband is now speaking with your cousin, Mr. Calvin, saying,
y'all, you're not going over it. You're not going over it.
Okay, and what is
get back. That's not walk towards the door too. You understand? Okay, y'all get back, y'all get back. When we walked back towards the house, he came and got the other kid and took them upstairs. And then that's when,
and what were you thinking at this time?
I was ready to leave. And then that's when he came back downstairs and my cousin got out the door. He tried to stop us. And
How did he try to stop you?
We was in front of the door and by the hallway at this time.
Okay, and what did?
My cousin ended up getting out the door.
Okay, what did your husband, what did your husband?
I mean, my cousin, not my husband, my cousin ended up getting out the door.
Okay. And what did you do with anything?
I was just there like, what's going on? What's wrong? What's wrong? Trying to diffuse the situation. That's when he pushed me back and I flew back into the hallway, the door the closet door that's in the hallway.
Okay.
Now my cousin ended up getting out the door.
Okay, and what happened after that?
After that, my cousin is in front of down on the porch. He started walking towards the street. And then he like, get the fuck back here, get the fuck back here. So my cousin actually walked back because I guess he was scared, but he was off the property. He was almost next door to the neighbor's house trying to leave or walk away. And he said, get the fuck back here, get the fuck back here. So I guess my cousin was scared and he walked back to him.
Okay, so where is your husband exactly?
At this time in front of the porch, yelling, talking to him.
Okay, is he inside the house or outside?
We're out the house at this point.
Okay, where are you at this point?
I'm on the porch. Okay. They're on concrete in front of the porch. Okay. I'm on top of the porch behind them.
Okay, so your husband, so your cousin is walking back.
Yes.
To the house.
Yes.
After your husband says get back.
Yeah, get back.
What happens next?
That's when he started trying to get him back in the house, get him back in the house. He want to come back in the house. He said, whatever you're gonna do, you gotta do to me out here. I'm not going in that house.
What happens after that?
But at like 7 minutes, he tried to get him back in the house, but he wouldn't get back in the house. I even, at this point, the lift driver had pulled up, the lift was sitting out there the whole time, watching the whole thing.
Okay.
When I first went outside, I tried to tell him like, that's his baby mama, just let him go, just let him go. He's like, I don't give a fuck, but it was really a lift. I'm like, just let him go, just let him go. That's his baby mama, just let him go. He's like, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck. So the lift was sitting out there for like 6 minutes during the whole situation. And then finally, my husband got agitated again and shot one floor in the air. And that's when the lift pulled off. And he shot at the lift this time.
Okay. So he's getting agitated. You said he pulls out a gun and shoots in the air.
Yes, after he couldn't get him back in the house.
Okay.
So
let me tell you. Did you see the gun?
Yes.
What did the gun look like, if you remember?
It's a little black. It's black. It's a black gun.
Okay. Have you ever seen him with that gun or any other gun before?
Yes.
Have you seen him with that gun?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you said he shot in the air.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you when he shot in the air?
On the porch.
Okay. How far away were you from him?
He was in front of the landing, on the bottom landing in the porch. I was on the porch. porch.
Okay, where was your cousin at this time?
My cousin was right there too.
Okay.
He shot right over his head.
Okay, so he shoots in the air, and you said then the Lyft driver pulls off, is that correct?
Yes, the Lyft driver spurs off once he shoots. Then once he shoots at the Lyft driver three more times.
Okay. So you saw him shoot in the direction of the.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see, could you hear anything, like what I'm asking you, do you know if any bullets took effect to?
No, because we was looking, that's what me and my cousin was talking about after, we was looking and the window being shattered.
Okay.
But the driver had slowed down and I was thinking like, I hope he didn't hit the driver.
Okay, all right, so after the Lyft driver is pulling off and you're going to shoot at the Lyft driver, what happens after that?
That's when I noticed he was out of bullets.
How did you notice he was out of
Because I
bullets?
seen the gun up like this. It was like this.
Okay, and so the part of the part of the gun that contains the bullets was,
Up forward.
Okay, all right. What did you think of that at that time?
I knew he had a chance to get away.
Okay, what happened next?
I know he was gonna be trying to get back in the house home, and she did. He left my cousin and walked towards me and started trying to say, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's all your fault. But I had already knew that he was trying to get back in the house because he was willing.
Okay, so what happens after that?
He pushed me in and said, you get in the house, and that's when my cousin was still out, he shut the door. Then he was right there sitting in the hallway. He said, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. I said, what's wrong? He said, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Then he said, you know what, fuck it. And then that's when he ran upstairs, and when he ran upstairs, I ran out the door and ran. And my cousin was already ahead of me running on this side of the street, and I was running on this side of the street.
Okay, so you take off running. What happens, if anything, as you take off running?
I took off running, maybe like 20 feet before I get to the corner, I looked back. Sure enough, I seen him running behind me, shooting at me. He shot 3 more times, boom, boom, boom. And then that's when I ran across the street towards the nursing home. When I was making it to the nursing home, to get in the nursing home door, my cousin was coming out saying, they're not letting us in the second door, they're not letting us in the second door. So my cousin, he took off ran across the bridge. I heard the cars honking and everything. I was scared, I didn't know what to do. First, I tried to get up under the car, and I'm like, I looked up, I'm like, he could see me up the car, so I got up. And then I tried to, it was a security guard outside, he was getting in the car. I knocked on his window, he was scared, he didn't let me go. I'm like, please help me. He pulled off on me. But that's when I ran behind the nursing home, the building next to the nursing home, and called the police, and hid behind there and called the police.
Okay. Did you see where your husband went, Mr. Scott?
No, I don't. He must have went back and got the kids, but he didn't come after me after that.
Okay. So I just want to be very clear. You're running away, you look back and
I
you
looked
see.
back and I see him behind me, about 50 feet behind me. He was like maybe where it's a trailer, maybe about 7, 8 houses down from our house. He was behind me, maybe about 10 houses down. I was like almost to the corner.
Okay. And you saw him shoot?
I saw him.
Okay. In your direction?
Yes, in my direction. I heard the gun shot.
Okay. So, and then, so you said you called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then did the police come?
Yes.
And did you make a report?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when they took me to the house and I didn't have no coat on. And they wanted to see if the house was still open so I could get a coat. So he had locked the house and everything. So,
okay. Do you know where your daughters were at that time? Were they still in the house?
At that time, I didn't think they was in the house. I figured that he got him and left.
Okay.
So the car wasn't there.
His car wasn't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our car wasn't there.
Okay. All right. So you never saw your husband shoot at your cousin?
No, he never shot at my cousin. He just told him, he just told me he was going to kill him, and he put a gun to his chest and told him to get the fuck back in the house.
Okay, so he put a gun to your cousin?
He put a gun to us. He never said it in his word, but he said he told me that through the phone and on the phone that he was going to kill my cousin. Okay. He put a gun to my cousin and told him to get the fuck back in the house. fuck back in the house.
Okay, exactly when was that?
When he was outside, okay, outside the house,
Okay, was that before or after he shot in the air?
that was before he shot in the air, because he was at the village after that, he wasn't trying to do anything after he was out of village.
Okay, very good. 1 moment. No further questions at this time.
Cross-exam.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
I'll take you back to the date of this incident. You testified that at one point my client was with your cousin, is that correct?
Yes.
What's the name of your cousin?
John Kimbell.
John Calvin. Do you know a John Robertson?
No.
So if I were to say that this report indicated that he was your, in fact, your cousin, that wouldn't be correct.
I'm not aware of what he wrote on his statement.
Okay. But you never gave that information to the police?
Of course not.
You stated that Mr. Scott left, your husband left with Mr. Calvin, correct?
Yes.
And all,
Took it to his store.
okay. And had he ever met Mr. Calvin before?
Yes.
Okay. And is this your blood cousin?
Yes, on my dad's side.
You indicated you had an argument with him regarding Mr. Calvin?
Who? I had an argument with my
your
husband.
Yes.
He told me he was agitating with my husband when he came back from the store. Because my cousin stopped him from getting a contract. That's what he tried to tell me. And so my cousin told me the other side of the story.
Is it fair to say at some point when Mr. Scott left, did he leave for an extended period of time? Was he gone for a half an hour, 45 minutes?
Yeah, like 30 minutes.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm sure.
Are you sure that when he left, he wasn't gone, excuse me, he didn't leave a quarter?
I'm not sure at the time, no. It was so much longer.
And he left alone, correct?
Yes, yes.
At that time, did he have a weapon with him?
Yes, because he had came back and got the weapon.
Okay, where is the weapon? Where do you keep that? You said you're aware of the weapon.
He keep it upstairs on the dresser next to him or wherever he's at, wherever we're in the house at the time. So at nighttime, keep it on the dresser.
So that weapon is never stored away because of the young children?
It's my kids, they wasn't walking at the time. They couldn't get out of they were 13 months, so they couldn't walk and reach up and on top of a dresser, nightstand and get it.
So let me ask you this, that you identify the weapon as being a black pistol. Was it a revolver or an automatic?
I'm not sure. I'm not good with pistols.
You said that you saw the gun while he or after.
It wasn't an automatic.
So it was a revolver.
I guess, I'm not sure.
You said you saw it open.
Yes. It was open.
Now, did you testify that you had arguments, ongoing disputes with your husband, correct? Did you testify to that?
Yes.
And would those ongoing disputes involve you having other men at the home?
Never, ever. So we had a dispute about me having another guy at the house.
So let me ask you this, you had several men at your house, correct?
Never, only relatives. I never had another man.
There's an objection, you have to stop talking. What's the relevance?
Your Honor, Ms. Wells testified that she's had ongoing disputes with her husband.
She's already answered that she did not have any arguments regarding another man.
All right, thank you. So at the time of this incident, Mr. Wells, I mean, Mr. Scott left, correct, Ms. Wells? And then he came back and you're saying he was still angry?
At the store? Or
No, you said he came home and then he left.
He came home and then he left, and then he came back in the house and said, I gotta go, you have to go, I gotta go. The people that, cause his little cousin got killed at 15 years old. And he came back in the house and said, I gotta go. The people that's when he grabbed the gun. The people that killed, Antoine is at his mom's house, about to hit him with a bat, about to hit her with a bat. That's what I said. That don't make any sense. Why would they try to come attack her?
Ma'am, please. I'm not asking.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was telling the story.
I'm just trying to establish a timeline.
Okay.
Between when you allege this incident occurred and where my client was at the time. That's all I'm.
Yes, he was angry when he came. He was angry when he left. He was angry when he came.
And your cousin was there, correct? Had he left?
No. You know, my cousin couldn't leave because my cousin rode there with me. He didn't have his phone.
At some point, when that lift was called, you were free to leave. Did you leave the house and you testified that you walked out of the house?
Before the lift got there?
No, I mean when the lift arrived.
That's when we was always on the course together. The lift arrived, that's when we ended up, after we all left out the house. After my cousin got out the house and he followed him off the porch and then I was behind him on top of the porch. We all was out on the porch together.
My question, you were outside the home there,
correct? Correct.
So you could have walked away, you could have called the lift, got in the lift, you could have.
No, I didn't think I could walk away nowhere.
Why couldn't?
Because I was afraid that if I tried to walk away, that my husband was going to shoot at me.
But at that time, did he still have the weapon?
He had the weapon the whole time he came back.
But had he pointed at you at that time?
Had he pointed at me?
Right, he never pointed any gun at you at that time. Did he point a weapon at you while you were outside waiting at the lift?
I never said he pointed a gun at me when we was outside with the lift. I said he shot at me when I was running away.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about before that.
No, he never pointed a gun at me.
And so
He had the gun in his hand.
Let me ask my question, please.
Something.
So when you were outside, you and your cousin could have left. You could have left because you were outside, you could have walked away. And you did.
If we thought we could have left, we would have walked away. He was trying to stop us from leaving.
But you were outside. Okay, I'll move on. Now, after the lift arrived, you testified that Mr. Scott, your husband, fired shots in the air or fired shots at the?
Fired a shot in the air.
Okay. You said you were concerned about the lift driver. You said that there was a possibility some glass shatter because this weapon was pointed at the vehicle or not?
I said the glass didn't shatter. I said I looked at the vehicle to see if the glass did shatter.
So that would indicate that he pointed the gun at the lift. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you said, but now you're saying he pointed, but you said he shot in the air.
I said he shot in the air and then the lift took off. Once the lift took off, then he shot at the lift. That's why the lift took off, because he shot in the air.
Okay. Did you get any, were you contacted by lift by any chance?
No, but my cousin, baby mama was, they said she put their life in jail.
I asked you, I didn't ask you that.
No, I wasn't. I didn't call the lift, so the lift wouldn't contact me.
Okay, so lift contacted your cousin John Powell.
His baby mama, and blocked her and told her he put them in danger.
So it would be a report of that, would you?
It should be.
At what point did you leave the Ms. Flowers?
Once he came back in the house.
And you walked away, right?
Huh?
Did you walk away?
I said, once he came back on the porch, I was outside at first. When he noticed, I guess he noticed he went out of bullets or whatever. Once he walked up to the porch, he pushed me in the house and said, "It's on your part. You get back in the house."
But you said, did you
So I
leave?
was back in the house at this time.
Ms. Wells, were you able to leave at some point? You walked away from that home.
I never walked away, I ran away when he
Okay,
went upstairs.
You ran away. And
Never walked away.
the babies were still in the house, correct?
Correct.
You didn't fear for your children?
Is it me, my babies, is either me, them, or both, or all three?
Okay. But you said you ran away, the babies were still
I
there.
can't run away with two twins.
But the babies were still there when you left,
Of
correct?
course.
Okay.
Somebody gotta be able to tell the story, they can't.
That's all I asked. And I'm gonna wrap this up, Judge. As far as this incident, just something about a fire at that home. Did somebody try to set that home on fire?
Somebody did set my home on
Okay.
fire, my kids and me could have been in there.
Okay. And is it true that there was a ring camera on that home?
Yes, the landlord had sent me a message that night saying that the cousins had sent him a picture of the guy. And I'm like, how did the cousins get our information to our ring camera?
Okay.
It was only, how did they get it though?
Okay, so that ring camera would also show the incident that you talked about, correct? That the incident.
It should, yeah.
Okay. Now.
I don't know what they do, how they do it, but they should.
Did that ring go to Mr. Scott's camera, phone as well?
Of course.
Okay, and would you have any knowledge of what happened to Mr. Scott's phone?
He had two phones. One of his phones is in custody and the other one, I guess, the family members have it. Cause they're, going back, they're still using his cash app.
So it would be accurate to say that somehow you gained access to that phone with the ring information?
No, I had my own phone with my own ring information on it. It was my ring camera I paid for. It's me and my cousin, my husband.
Did you give that to the authorities?
Of course.
Did you see a picture of the person that came to your home and set it on fire?
Yes, I did.
Is anyone that you know?
No.
You had a relationship with?
No.
1 minute. Chief. Just one couple more questions. Did the authorities at least show you a picture of this person that set the fire? Why are we talking about a person that set a fire? How is that relevant? Judge, it came up during the. It's not relevant. Okay, I'll move on. I'm gonna ask you one more question about that phone. You're testifying today that you didn't go to the Detroit police and somehow gain access or acquire Mr. Scott's phone from a detective? Is that what you're testifying to today?
No.
So you did get the phone?
I never got any phone of his from no detective.
You never okay, so that's your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Can you be direct?
Okay, you were asked again about when your husband was shooting at the Lyft driver. Okay, so I'm just asking you also, did you see him do that?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you noticed on the porch that makes you believe that he did?
It was shells left on the porch when I went back to see if my coat was there. I guess when he when he shot out the door 3 times, when he was in the house, he shot out, said, "Y'all think I'm playing?" Bow, 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 and then it was shells on the porch. The police officers seen the shells when we went there, and they took a picture of it.
Okay, and you saw the shells yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw the police take pictures of the shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen shell casings before?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what the shell casings are?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I know it's not, it doesn't look like a bullet, it's just the casing.
Very good, thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step Just push it up.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant? No, Judge. People?
Your Honor, at this time, in regards to count 3, weapons, firearm, possession by possession by prohibited persons, I would join the defense counsel, and I would submit to the court that the defendant here, Michael Scott, was previously sentenced on he was sentenced on March 22nd. No. I'm sorry, he was sentenced on May 27th of 2000.
Pause for a second. Mr. Lang,
Yes,
why are you on Zoom as opposed to be in court?
it's supposed to be, I didn't know it was supposed to be in court. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought it was supposed to be Zoom.
In-person exam. You're supposed to be here at 12 o'clock, sir.
Oh my God. I didn't, okay, I'm gonna be on my way, sir.
All right.
All right.
Ready to come back on people versus Michael Scott?
Yes, Judge. In March 15th of 1994, the defendant was convicted of the crime of homicide, felony murder.
He was convicted of felony murder?
Yes. And was given a prison sentence.
All right. So let me ask a stupid question. The defendant is serving life in prison?
No, not life in
I was
prison.
convicted of felony murder.
It was a felony murder, and he was also convicted of armed robbery as well.
If he's convicted of felony murder, shouldn't he be doing life?
He was actually, he was re-sentenced for this on May 27th of 2021 by Judge Shannon Walker, and he was given credit for 27 years, 23 days.
Were you a juvenile at the time you were convicted? Oh, that's fine.
Right. So, Your Honor, and that is as to count 3. So, Your Honor, I'm going to move at this time to bind over as charged, but I am also asking that to add additional counts. The complainant testifies that not only did the defendant point a gun at her, but as she was running away, she looked back and saw him behind her shooting a gun at her. She says she saw him shoot 3 times. She kept running. She was scared for her life. She tried to get into the nursing home. She couldn't get there. She asked her cousin, what he was going to do. He ran over the freeway. She thought about hiding under a vehicle. She finally made it to another location, was able to make a call. She was afraid for her life. So, Your Honor, I am asking that the court, I'm moving to amend this to assault with intent to murder and assault with intent to do great bodily harm because of the witness testimony today.
Judge, we heard a long and winding testimony. I describe it as a narrative from the complainant witness, rather. Obviously, there's some disturbing facts here. However, I don't believe that the prosecution, in fact, has met the requirement of probable cause as to amending these charges to assault with intent to murder or assault with intent to do great violent harm. We have the testimony of the witness, of course, but we don't have these defense, does not have a weapon. We don't have any ballistics. We don't have any shells. We have testimony that shells were seen by the police.
Well, you do concede that her sworn testimony was evidence.
It's evidence, Judge, sure, sir. But they're also.
Let's start with the original charges to take. Do you have any issues with those?
I think those are questions of fact. Okay.
Your only issue is with the proposed added charges of assault, murder, and assault with great violence harm. Let me ask you this, Mr. Rain. Aside from the witness's testimony that the defendant was behind her firing the gun, do you have anything else like I'm going to kill you or anything like that?
Just the testimony that earlier in the evening, he did say when she was first, she testified that she was first on the defendant, and he said, "I'm going to kill your cousin." And then later in the testimony, later in the conversation, she testified that he then threatened her and said, "I'm going to kill you too." That's what her testimony was today. She also testified that he had threatened her before, but on this particular day, she did testify that he did say he was going to kill her as well. That was her testimony.
So that makes a difference because look to what the defendant does before, during, and after in trying to determine what his intent is. And if he tells us what his intent is, I'm going to kill you. If he follows that up with chasing someone and firing shots behind them, allegedly, then that may very well suffice for an assault with intent to murder and or an assault with intent to great bodily harm. Court is satisfied with people that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the original charges contained in the complaint or as well as the added charges, count 12, assault with intent to murder, count 13, assault with intent to commit great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. I would presume you're going to also add 2 counts of felony firearms to those charges as well. Is that right?
I was just going to ask that yesterday.
So that would count 14 and 15. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause committed will bind the defendant over to the Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division of Proceedings. There's a range on the information date and time will be March 28, 2024, 9:00 a.m. And as it relates to the A1, that's 750 81 83. And the GBH is 84. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, same here.
Step behind this door here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to pester you.
It's okay.
Yeah, the jail, rather than amending the existing bond, added an additional new case and a personal bond on
Is he
that.
going downstairs?
So I have to print it.
I'll talk to him.
Okay, I did send it over for that.
Yeah.
So we will return it.
Yeah, no, I
But
can.
they kind of did.
I checked on the ROA that it was sent over, so I know it's on their end, and I just don't need to have something in hand
Something.
to
Okay.
argue
no
with them
problem.
that they did it wrong.
Somebody's doing it right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Judge, we have something on the docket today for 10:30 for Haskell. But that was actually adjourned to March 27th, so it should have come off the docket. My apologies, it's actually wrong.
I think I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Weiner, still around?
Which case?
Check. Is Mr. Weiner still around? Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're waving, Judge. So,
Okay, give me a second.
yeah, thank you. Down some other issue. That's my change. Right.
Amari Hargrove.
Okay. Mr. Hargrove. Okay, go ahead and stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2456012 for the state of Michigan versus Amari Lawan Hargrove. Finish charged in count 1, weapons, firearms, discharge, enter at a building. Count 2, weapons, firearms, discharge from field. Count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 5, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 6, 7, and 8, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, felony firearm. Count 17, domestic violence. Count 18, weapons, firearms, improper possession of the firearm in or on a motor vehicle. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon. It is 12 p.m., Your Honor. I'm Madison Oro on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8.10B under the supervision of Attorney Shelley Green.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
I would go to object, Your Honor, because the young student knows more law than I ever will have.
Objection overruled.
Thank you. Your Honor, for the record, Arnold Weiner, in counsel on behalf of Mr. Hargrove, and his, all of his family is outside. They haven't come in yet, but they're all here. What's the date set for preliminary examination? Mr. Hargrove, state your name for the record, please. My name is Warren Hargrove. Judge, this is the date set for preliminary examination. I've gone over with him his statutory right. And I'll present him for question, unless you want me to avoid your motion.
No, I'll do it.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna have you guys sign the waivers for me, okay?
Okay.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. Put your hand up. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving and saying that means you won't have one, you'll be bound over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint number 1. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime in charge was committed in the city of Detroit, which is probable cause to believe you committed it. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Has anyone promised you anything? Ma'am, you have to remove your hat. And those people who are wearing sunglasses, please remove your sunglasses. All right, I was distracted.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You understand that if you were to have a preliminary examination, you will have to establish primary charge that was committed in the city of Detroit that is probable cause that you committed it. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, sir.
Does anyone promise you anything?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the people?
No objection to waive the exam, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily and freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be March 28, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Judge, may we address the issue of bond, please? The other matter I didn't agree. Present in the courtroom is presiding lawyer, mother and father and other friends and relatives. Judge, what I am requesting is, right now the bond is $500,000 cash or surety, at least that's my understanding. Mari has just turned, as of March 8th, he just turned 22 years of age. He's single, he has no children, he's been working full-time at a company called Current Industries. He's just gotten a significant promotion. Even at this young age, at 21, just before March, he put down a payment, and he's now the proud owner of his own house. He has no prior criminal record, maybe a traffic ticket, and the gun that was used in this discharge was a legally purchased gun, and Mr. Amari has a CPL license. Whatever happened that day. The parties are trying to resolve all the matters. I know safety is an issue. I had the opportunity to observe Amari's mother and dad talking with Carla, the girlfriend, Carlotta's mother, and her husband that was involved in one of these counts. I tried.
Some kind of witness tampering or intimidation.
Oh, absolutely not, Your Honor. No, they were outside, they saw each other, and they were talking.
Your Honor, so obviously there's a lot of tensions regarding this matter because families do know each other and have not seen each other. And so, yes, when they saw each other today in the hallway, they did speak to one another and they did say hello. It is a difficult matter for obviously both families involved. However, regarding bond, I have spoken with the mother, Miss Carlotta Bailey, and she has stated it was her home where this incident was occurred. And after speaking with her, she would not like bond to change. We would like bond to be continued at this time. That doesn't mean that, later down the line, we wouldn't be willing to reconsider bond. However, at this time, yes, safety is everyone's largest concern, especially the concern of the individual's house that was considered occurred at. So we would object to any bond reduction at this
point. The only thing before hearing that, Judge, all I was going to be asking is that number one, a bond reduction is something they could possibly make, but having a tether on him at all times and only to and from the house to his work and back, nothing else. Just so he keeps his job, maintains it. That's all we wanted. We wanted to also put a exclusion zone that this tether can't come near, like 1 mile or 2 miles from where they live. I understand that, and I understand their concern and the safety issue. You've heard the whole story now. I don't think there was no drugs involved. There was no alcohol involved. I think I don't really know. We have to get to the bottom of that. That's been my request. The only thing I would ask court wants to do something, it may be, $100,000 cash or 10% bond with the tenant, so they could possibly come up with that money by a bondsman. The bondsman for that large of amount would also be supervising and monitoring him every day as well. That's my request, but I understand the people's position and the family's concern.
Well, if I said it once, I've said it a million times, the purpose of the bond is not for punishment. I recognize that this court has a vested interest to make sure that the defendant does not pose a flight risk, which I'm not sure that he does. I haven't heard anything that says he's a flight risk. However, the court also considers whether or not the defendant is a danger or potential danger to the community or the complaining witnesses. I know absolutely nothing about this other than what sits before me. Before me, I don't show that he has a criminal record. However, the charges that he has before him are horrendous. It takes a lot of gumption. If these allegations are true, it takes a lot of gumption for someone to fire a weapon from a car into an occupied house. He could be very well standing here charged with first-degree murder charge. That's an issue. And how old is the defendant?
He was 21 when this happened. He's 22 as of March 8th.
At 21 years old. You know, our kids really have to do better in trying to resolve our differences with guns instead of, in worst case scenario, have a fight. I'm not sure how we're getting across having so many cowards these days. Where you will try to resolve their differences with guns. And he's lucky that no one is dead here. As I indicated, I don't know enough information for this court to reduce this bond at this time. I'm going to continue the bond, but I'll refer to the trial services to provide a recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I love you too.
I'll put you back to back.
So they entered it wrong initially, they entered this on a new, they said, okay, domestic violence misdemeanor. So I'm just gonna go over it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right, hopefully that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure they're gonna try to tell me I'm wrong, but you can't just hold people who are personal violence. Ridiculous.
I haven't yet, Dr. Rancourt. attorney down here. Okay. Right, yeah, come.
Yeah. Oh, wait, just don't even have.
Kimbell's. Right.
I was coming, when I was coming down 75 south. Northbound, was completely headed to Sandstone. Oh, is that it?
Mr. Woodyard, how you doing?
Hi, Judge. Great. How are you?
All right. Is your client here?
You're 12.
Is it custody? Custody, okay.
Yep. It's for Erica Moses.
Are you guys expecting witnesses? Oh, Eric Moses, have you seen her?
I think so.
Yes, I see that. Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Wagner? Yes. All right. How'd you get here so quick? As long as it took me to get to work today.
I raced down there, boss.
I'm saying, what?
I raced down there.
Some grace down here? Yeah, I appreciate that.
No problem.
I raced across the street and couldn't even look up which court it was in front of. I've been in trial 2 days, 2 weeks in trial, not today, but we start back on Monday. So,
All right, Ms. Drain, are you ready?
a lot of excitement.
Calling case 24-55820. People of the state of Michigan versus Sean Craig Black. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Lynch on behalf of the people. P84589.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Burnwell on behalf of Mr. Blackie.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Shot, great, man.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination on the 242 proceedings.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
We have one.
You have any preliminary matters before you go?
None for the people, Your Honor.
All right,
One
call your-
split second, Judge, I have to open up my laptop. Not that this is not a vote, it's one split second, Judge, I just want to open it up.
Yes. Your Honor, people would call Brittany Quincy.
Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep the voice, just yank it over. There you go. Voice so nice and loud, speaking to that microphone to your left. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Good morning, madam. Would you state your name and spell it for the record again?
Brittany Quincy, BRITTANYQUINZY.
Thank you, Ms. Quincy. I'm going to be asking you a series of questions, and if there's anything that you don't understand or that you find confusing, please stop me, ask me to rephrase it, or ask it in a different way, or ask for clarification, all right? Okay. I want to bring your attention back to the date of February 18th, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Do you know the address that you were at?
I know it's on Robson Street in Detroit, Michigan.
So that's, it was on Robinson Street, Detroit, Michigan, and that's in the county of Wayne, correct?
Yes.
Do you know someone by the name of Mr. Sean Lakey?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Lakey?
We have a child together?
Are you currently in a relationship with Mr. Lakey?
No.
And do you live on the Robinson Street?
No.
Do you see Mr. Lakey in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For identification purposes for the court, could you indicate where Mr. Lakey is sitting? And could you describe an article of clothing that he is wearing?
Brown, blue jumpsuit.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Ashif Lakey. Thank you, Your Honor. Where were you on February 18th, 2024?
Outside his house. At his house.
Okay, and that's at Rosen, the Rosen house? And could you tell us what happened that day?
I was going to pick my daughter up. And then I went there, went to the door, picked her up. She got in the car, we pulled off.
Okay, so then why was she at her father's home?
Because she was like there for the weekend.
All right, so would you say that's visitation?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And so you pulled away from the house, and then what happens?
And then she told me that there was a young lady there and that she had stayed the night and that they all.
I'll object to hearsay.
So your daughter expressed something that happened. Did you have a reason to go back to the house?
Yes.
And what happened when you went back to the house?
I knocked on the door, he opened the door. I asked if I step in, she let me step in. And then I was talking to him about what she told me.
So just, you can express what you said to Mr. Lackey. What did you say to Mr. Lackey?
I said that, should I say my daughter's name?
Of course.
Okay, I told her, I said that Ashton told me.
Objection.
Your Honor,
She's talking about what she said to the defendant.
Yeah.
Okay. She's bringing in hearsay too.
She's saying what she told the defendant.
Continue.
I was telling him that Ashton told me that another young lady had stayed there. And then he told me that that wasn't the lady that stayed there.
This is hearsay.
Not what he said, but who.
And then I was like, well, then who stayed the night? And then he told me who stayed. And then.
And who was it that stayed?
Her name is, I believe her name is Latoya. He called her Toya.
Okay, thank you.
And,
and then what happened
words
next?
was Toya.
All right, and then what happened next?
And then I told him, like, we've had issues with this person in the past, and we've had an agreement that she was not supposed to be around our daughter anymore. And
All right, let me stop you there. You said that your daughter stayed the night. Where did your daughter stay?
At his house, the Robson house.
Does she have her own bedroom?
No.
Where did she sleep?
Was in the room with them.
All right, continue.
And then, so I was like, we have this agreement, and then, we're kind of back and forth. And then he wasn't looking at me, so I was like, can you look at me while I'm talking to you, because this is very important. And then he's like, you know, she's not hurt and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, well, this is more of an emotional thing, and we kind of going back and forth. And then he told me to get out.
All right, and let me stop you there. I want to go back for a moment. You said your daughter sleeps with him in the room. Where does she sleep?
I guess there's a couch.
Now object to speculation.
So
I like here where she sleeps.
Thank you. All right, continue. So you, as you were saying, you spoke to Mr. Lackey and the conversation was heated?
Yeah, and then, yeah, he told me to get out. I told him no, because it's important. And we try to have a conversation on the phone, you don't listen, and blah, blah, blah. And then, I tried to go to, I said I had to go to the bathroom. He said no, but I wasn't gonna come inside the house. So he has a bar table, like right by the entrance, and like a co-bar.
So what happened then?
Yeah, so I sat in the chair right there by the front entrance.
All right, and what happened next?
He called the police on me, and then, after that, I got up, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna leave with it, because you're playing a dangerous game.
All right, and then what happened next when you started to leave?
That's when he grabbed me.
How did he grab
I was
you?
walking out the door, he grabbed my coat.
All right, and then what happened
And
next?
forced me out the door.
All right.
So then I sat down.
You sat down where?
On the ground, right in front of the doorway.
All right, and what
Between the
happened
door
next?
and, like, the front of the door.
So you sat down on the ground and then what happened next?
Then we started like tussling, and like he was like pulling me, and I was, you know, fighting. He was trying to push me out the house, and I was fighting back, like pushing back and forth.
All right.
And then we stopped for a moment. He proceeded to call the girl, Toya, and they were on the phone for a minute, and then I got up. And I don't remember what started. Oh, I told him, I said, if you call the police on me, then they're gonna, if I go to jail, Ashley's gonna be here with you, so you're gonna look stupid. So then he got upset about that, and then we ended up fighting again. And then this time we were right in front of the door. So then he was behind me, he had my coat, he was like pulling my coat up, and it was my coat and my shirt. So I said, you know, you're choking me.
All right, let me stop you there. You said you were being choked?
Yes.
And how were you being choked?
Because I was on the ground, and he was behind me, pulling my coat up, so it was like on my neck.
All right, did you lose consciousness? No. Did you become lightheaded?
No.
Did you have difficulty breathing?
No.
Okay, then what happened next?
So then I start yelling out to my daughter, because I did start to panic. And because she was outside in the car.
Okay, let me stop you there. You said you started to panic.
Yeah.
Why were you panicking?
I got scared.
Why were you scared?
Because he showed me. I thought, you know, Jan had you know.
All right, so you said you called for your daughter?
Yeah.
Why did you call for your daughter?
Because I was scared. I wanted her to call the police or get some help.
All right, then what happened next?
Then she got out the car, she came to the door, she opened up the door, and she was like yelling and stuff, and then he eventually did get off and stopped.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean he got off?
Off my coat, you know?
He let go of your coat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But we continued fighting, he like pushed me against the wall, and then we were like tussling back and forth.
Let me stop you there. When you said we continued fighting, what was going on at that time?
Well, I was still on the ground, but he was like pushing me like into the wall, and like he was like kneeling down on me and hitting me.
Okay, and he was kneeling down on you. Where was his knee when he was kneeling down on you?
On my thigh, my left side.
So, all right. And then how did that feel?
Painful.
All right. Were you able to move when he was kneeling on your leg?
No, he was on top of me.
All right. And then what happened next?
So then, our daughter came in the house, he got up and was like, standing on the other side of the stairs. So I was sitting on the stairs, and I was looking, my daughter was like, you know, crying and everything.
Let me stop you there. When you said you're sitting on the stairs, were the stairs inside the house or outside the house?
Inside the house.
All right. Then what happened? So you're sitting on the staircase. What
Yeah,
happened
sitting on the
next?
bottom.
Is your daughter in the room?
Yeah, she's in, it's like all in the foyer, so like when you come in and out, like the stairs right there, in the living room, so I was like on the stairs.
Okay.
in the
Then what
foyer.
happened next?
So then she was standing in the foyer, my daughter, and I'm like, talking to her, trying to calm her down and everything like that, so then he got upset and said that I had got too comfortable.
Let me hold on there for a moment, if you don't mind. You said that your daughter, you observed her crying,
Yes.
correct? And why was she crying?
Because she wanted us to stop fighting.
Thank you, thank you. So, were you upset when you saw your daughter cry?
Yes.
How did that make you feel as a mother?
It made me feel horrible.
Okay, and then what happened next?
So then, he said, oh no, you're getting too comfortable. So then he grabbed me, because I was laying on the stairs like horizontally, I wasn't like sitting, if that makes sense, I was like, my feet were on the step.
Let me ask you, let me stop you. Why are you laying on the stairs?
Well, because I was on the very bottom step, it wasn't really nowhere for me to be.
But why were you laying on the stairs?
Well, I wasn't laying, I was sitting, but my leg was.
Okay, and why were you on the staircase?
Because that's where I had kind of landed at the end of the fight, I was like right there.
Okay, so how did you get from on your feet to on the,
I didn't stand up, I got on the step, on the step.
Okay, so what happened next?
And then after that, he grabbed me, so I said.
So where did he grab you at?
I believe he grabbed my shoulders, like up here somewhere, maybe
Okay.
somewhere on my clothes, somewhere.
And then what happened next?
And then he's like pulling me toward over where the rail is supposed to be, but there's no railing there, there's just these really long nails sticking out. So I told him, I like, stop pulling me over these rails, these could cause me serious damage. So he's like, you should have thought about that before you brought her over here this weekend. So that he proceeds to pull me over, but I didn't get caught by the nails. So, after that, we started fighting again, and then.
So let me stop you there. You're on the staircase and you said, is he pulling you?
Yeah.
How is he pulling you down?
Pulling me towards the rail, like the rail, my leg is up, and the rail is like right there where my feet is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, into where the living room is.
And what was being grabbed on your body?
Like my coat.
Okay, thank you. And then what happened next?
And then we started, fighting again, once we stopped fighting this time, I stood there by the stairs, he was standing more in the living room, kind of catching our breath. And there were, these metal poles by the, door. And I do remember the metal poles being there the whole time. I do not remember which tussle incident it was, because they fell down. So there was a lot of them, a lot of poles. And, so I was like picking them up from the, frame and like where the screen door was, to the door closed. So, yeah, I'm picking those up, and then that's when I got up and I ran out the door.
Okay. Did anything happen with the metal rods at all?
Yeah, I believe I was struck with the metal rod.
Where were you struck?
On my back, where I was struck.
And what did the metal rod look like?
It was silver, it was like maybe like this long.
And about how long is that now? How many feet would you say?
Maybe 3 feet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, and for the record, the defendant is stretching out her arms to about 3 feet or so. And how wide were these? What was the diameter, do you know?
They're like this, hollow.
Hollow, okay. And do you recall what the color was?
So.
Thank you. And then, what did it feel like when you were hit?
I was getting hit by punches too, so they were all equally painful.
And where were you being punched?
Everywhere.
Okay.
My arms, my shoulders, my legs.
And then what happened next? You said you tried to
I
leave.
ran out the house.
And then as you were leaving the house, did anything else happen?
He came out the house after me.
Okay, and then what
I
happened?
ran to my car, I opened up the door, I got inside, my lock didn't work, so I tried to lock it. He grabbed the door, he opened up the door, and then I started the car, and I started to reverse. He like grabbing the wheel and trying to pull me off the car. So then, as I come out the driveway and
Ma'am, let me hold you on for one moment. You said that, how did he reach inside the car?
He opened the car door.
So the car door was open?
Yeah.
Was your daughter in the car at this time?
No, she was like coming down the steps.
Fine. So continue.
So then, I was reversing out the driveway, and then once I got fully in the street, that's when he let go of the steering wheel, and the men were more of a hit was being thrown. And then I put the car into drive, he started yelling at our daughter, telling our daughter to get in the car. She was in the street, like, by the grass, and then,
what happened?
I put my car in drive, and as I was starting to pull off, he stepped back, and that's when it fell.
And where did he spit, how did he spit on you with you in the car?
Like, he was still in, like, the door was still open.
Oh, the door was open?
Yeah.
How close was he when you did that?
About 2 feet away, like, he was right there, he just took one step back and just.
Okay, thank you. For the record, the defendant is motioning with their left arm and indicating it was about an arm's length away, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then what happened after he spit on you? What happened next?
Then I, closed the door and I pulled off. And then I went around the corner and talked to.
And was your daughter with you at that time?
No. She was outside.
And what is your marital status to Mr. Lackey?
There is none. There.
And did you had, was there at one time a relationship or a romantic relationship with Mr. Lackey?
Yes.
What is your current marital status?
I'm married.
Did you seek medical attention after this event?
No.
What, did you have any injuries as a result of this?
I had scratches on my legs, and I had a scratch on my back. Like,
And did you call 911?
yes,
When did you call 911?
when I left his house.
And where
As
were
I was
you?
going down the street, they told me where to park.
So you took your car, you parked, where did you park your car when this was over?
There's a liquor store, there's a gas station.
And were you interviewed by the police at that time?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon. Ms. Quincy, Rashad, Lackey was trying to get you to leave his house, correct?
Yes.
And you were refusing to leave his house, right?
Yes.
And multiple times when you described him grabbing your coat, he's grabbing your coat to get you out of the house, right?
When I was walking out the house,
You
he didn't grab me until
grabbed
I
your
started to
coat.
walk out the house.
Oh, okay. But he was trying to speed you up, speed up your exit.
Yes.
You testified here today, and you said, that you guys were fighting, right?
Yes.
You also indicate that you did not seek medical attention,
Yes.
and you also refused EMS. Not only did you not seek medical attention, but you also refused for the police to bring EMS, correct?
When they asked me if I was in the hospital, I said no.
Did you want to go to the hospital?
No.
Okay. So they gave you the option of either going, that they could.
To the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah.
One second, Judge. Now, you indicated that he called the police while you were in the house, refusing to leave, right?
Yes.
And you saw him call the police to get him out of the house,
Yeah.
but the police didn't come when he called, right? During that time that he was calling them, they didn't show up, right?
When I was there, no.
And you indicated, I believe you did, correct me if I'm wrong, the court can too, that he grabbed your coat to force you out of the house.
Yes.
You sat down in the doorway in protest, correct?
Yeah.
You indicate that you didn't lose consciousness, correct?
Right.
You didn't feel lightheaded,
No.
and you were able to breathe.
Yeah.
You didn't see him hit you in any metal hole.
No, I wasn't much better.
Will you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
You stated earlier that you felt that you were hit with a metal pole. How do you know it was a metal pole?
Because there were so many that levels, you know, in the order.
How did you differentiate between the metal pole and a fist, say, for example?
Because it's smaller, it's like hard.
So did you,
And it's in there.
so then how did you know it was a metal pole? Or how did you know it was a pole?
You can feel it.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, man, so at the time that this took place, were you in a relationship with him?
No.
So what business of it is it of yours who he has in his house?
Because my daughter was there and the other one.
Okay, so why not just not let your daughter come over there when other people are there?
I didn't know somebody was gonna be there.
Okay, so you went into his house, this is his house, right?
Yeah.
You have no rights to his house, right?
No.
You don't pay any bills in his house, do you? Okay. And he asked you to leave his house, and you refused to leave his house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say you could have avoided this whole situation if you had just left. He asked you to, right?
The first one.
First time, but you decided not to, you decided to stay there and fight with him, because you used the word fight, and when I think of the word fight, I think of the plain meaning of the word fight, meaning that both of you are engaged in some kind of altercation, is that right? So you were just sitting there getting beat?
At first, yeah. I was not.
You didn't fight back?
I was not. At first, it was more pushing, tussling.
So when he was pushing and tussling, trying to get you to leave his house, why didn't you just leave?
But I didn't get attacked, sir. He didn't touch me until I tried to leave the house.
So why would he touch you?
That I got attacked.
If you're doing what he wanted you to do, which is to leave. You said that you believe you were struck with the metal pole, but you didn't see you being struck with the metal pole, is that right?
No, no.
You said that at the same time that you were being struck with the metal pole, he was hitting you, is that right? He was hitting you with his fist, is that right? Does it make sense that you would hit someone with a pole and with the fist at the same time? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? It's usually one or the other, right?
Yeah.
Any questions based on my questions?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of you?
None at all, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the
No.
people?
Your Honor, the people would request that this case is bound over to the Third Circuit Court, and I'll reserve argument.
Object to buying over on a felonious assault. I don't believe it's a question for the jury. This is a situation where my client is trying to evict. Or I'm using the word evict in a different sense, but he's trying to get her to leave his home, and she's resisting. When she testified, she said there's a fight because it's a tussle. She is resisting leaving. And he's saying, get out, get out. She would not get out. And I think that's the situation. Things may have escalated. That's a question for the jury with respect to whether or not this is an assault and battery, domestic violence, or is this situation where two people are fighting, one, it's an equal type situation, so you can't say who's the aggressor, who's the first aggressor. Your Honor, she refused EMS, and, well, I know that's not normally just I know that's not all in all, refusal of medical services. However, it's germane, it's crucial with respect to. So Judge, I believe that they have not met by probable cause standards, elements of criminal something. Respectfully ask you to dismiss them.
Your Honor, I believe this is a question of fact, and the witness was testifying that she was on the ground. She was being kneeled on by the defendant and punched. Perhaps it was.
The charge here is assault with a dangerous weapon.
Hit with a metal rod, and she's unable to leave if he's kneeling on her leg. I think it was her left thigh, she indicated with a gesture. And if she's kneeling, if she's on the ground, he's kneeling on top of her, how could she exit the home?
She didn't want to leave by her own testimony.
He also said that he had the metal rod and he was and he spit on her. I think it's a question of fact. There are differences that people who look at this story and indicate that they could believe one story over
So
another.
although I know a lot of things can be qualified as a dangerous weapon, I don't think spit is one.
But a metal rod would be.
Metal rod,
Yes.
absolutely.
And she
But
said
your witness said that she didn't see him hit her with a metal rod, that she thought that he may have. She said also that he was punching her at the same time as hitting her with the rod. That in and of itself makes no sense to me, because if I have a metal rod in my hand, I'm not gonna punch you and hit you with a metal rod. That does not follow as the logical sequence of events to me. If I have a metal rod and I'm going to use that metal rod as a weapon, I'm going to use the metal rod. And I'm going to hit you with the metal rod. I'm not going to do both, hit you with the metal rod and hit you with this. But as a matter of course, this witness is not able to tell us that she was affirmatively that she was hit with the metal rod.
she did, Your Honors, distinguish between a hit and something that felt like it was this long.
She also said that she was not fighting, although she said that initially she was fighting. She said on more than one occasion that they were fighting. And using the plain meaning of fight, that means mutual altercation that they were fighting. And if she refused to leave, she doesn't appear to me to be the type who's going to let this defendant just hit him without fighting back. And I think at one point in time, she said she did in fact fight back after he was hitting. She refused to leave. She had no right to be there after he invited her in and then told her to leave, and she refused to do so. So he used self-help in doing so. That's not the issue that this court has to decide. I have to decide if she was assaulted with a dangerous weapon, that being a metal rod. I don't think the court has been presented with enough evidence to show that he assaulted her with the metal rod. For that reason, the court will dismiss this matter, dismiss count one anyway for insufficient evidence. Count two remains, which is domestic violence. That'll be before Judge Garrett on April 12th at 8:30 for a pretrial. Count one is dismissed. I need to dismiss those count.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge King, when's my court date again?
April 12th. April 12th at 8:30.
Let me turn this into Thank you.
Oh, okay.
City Clerk Judge.
Yes, sir.
I think they assigned it differently once it's kept.
I'm sorry.
I think they assigned it differently once it's kept here.
I think so too.
Yeah. So, yes. Thanks, Judge. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Woodyard.
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
Cell phone to make sure. That's what silent.
Oh.
Yeah, keep your arms down. That way. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Oh.
Let's have the defendant, Mr. Kimbell.
Yes, sir. Hey, Mr. Kimball. You gonna go stand next to your attorney?
Calling case 2456046. People of the state of Michigan versus Cortez Kimbell. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person, 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Defendant has an additional offender case notice. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, case 78491.
Judge, good afternoon to you and the staff. Michael Woodard, my number is 612. I'm the staff attorney in the Neighborhood Defender Service, and we represent Mr. Kimball. He's here in court. Say good afternoon, please. Say your name.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have one, potentially 2 witnesses on.
Okay. Do you have any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
Your Honor, I asked for mutual sequestration. I don't know if any of these individuals are witnesses that the defense plans on calling from trial time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the courtroom, if you are a witness or potential witness, you intend on testifying at a later date or today's date, please step into the hallway and take further notice.
Yeah, I don't think I have anybody.
All right. Also, people out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off with this.
Your Honor, this will also, my first witness will also be a minor child, and that's if the camera will not be on for all testimony.
Absolutely. Okay, call your witness.
My first witness is Ms. Daniyah, DANIYAH, Lineger, LINEAGER.
And when I have to ask that you remove the hood off your head.
Your Honor, I do have a sister of Ms. Daniyah here. She is not a witness to my case. I asked if she would like to stay.
We're open to the public. Give her your name and spell it for her, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can't hear you. All right, how old are you? 11. Do you know what it means to tell the truth and to tell a lie? And if I told you that I was wearing a red coat right now, would I be telling the truth or telling a lie? You promise to tell me the truth? Okay, please have a seat right up here next to me in this witness box here. Sure. Whichever's easier for you. She might want to hold it, but she speaks rather soft, okay? Just put the microphone in your lap and speak directly into that source so we can hear you, okay? Okay, looks like we might have a little blowback problem with the microphone. I'm gonna have you put this mask on, okay? That helps. Yes. There you go. All right, keep your voice up nice and loud, okay? All right, maybe again when you're ready.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Hold that microphone nice and still, okay?
Don't put your hands on
Can you say your name for the record, real nice and loud for me? Thank you. And Denaya, how old are you?
11.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
August 5th.
Okay, so what year?
2012.
So I want to ask you, back in 2020, how old were you then?
8.
About 8 years old? Okay, and do you remember where you were living at that time? Was it in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, that's in Wayne County, right?
Huh?
Is that in Wayne County, if you know? Okay, that's okay. So do you ever remember going to an address at 14345 Crescent Drive in the city of Detroit?
Well,
okay, tell me about your house. Are there other houses around it or no?
Yes.
Okay, how many other houses are around it? A lot. Okay, and do you still live at that address or no? Yes. Okay. And did you ever go to any nearby houses and visit?
No.
Okay. Does your mom have any friends in the area?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that friend's name?
Erica.
Okay. Do you know anybody by the name of Melody?
Yes.
Okay, who's Melody?
Marmar's mom.
Marmar's mom? Who's Marmar?
Melody's son.
Okay, and how old is he?
I think 12.
12, okay. And are you friends with Marmar?
Not anymore.
Okay, were you friends at one point in time?
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever go over to Marmar's house?
Yes.
Okay, and how far away was Marmar's house compared to your house?
Like, well,
Okay, could you walk there or did you have to drive there?
walk.
Okay, how long would it take you to walk there? A short time, minutes? Short time, minutes, seconds, or something else?
Probably.
Okay, so how often would you go visit Marmar at his house?
Like, all the time.
Okay, and where do you go to school? Where did you go to school at the time?
Plymouth.
Okay, have you always gone to Plymouth?
Yes.
Is that Plymouth Elementary? Or what's the name of the school?
Plymouth. I did. Modification center.
Okay, and tell me about a time that you remember going over there. Would it always be after school, before school, or another time?
After school.
Okay, and would you go home first before you went to go visit, or did you go straight there when you visit?
I'll go home first.
Okay, now do you remember being about 8 years old and going to visit over at Mama's house?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember who lived at Mama's house?
Yes.
Who was that? Hold the microphone nice and still. You okay? You want to put it up there? Or can you hold it? You hold it? Okay, just make sure it's nice and still because we don't want to hear feedback with the microphone, okay? So who lived at Marmar's house, if you can remember?
Melody.
And is Melody an adult or a child?
Adult.
Adult. Okay, who else?
His brother.
Say it again.
His brother.
Whose brother? Marmar's brother. And is he a child or an adult? Child. Okay, did anybody else stay at that house?
Yes, sister.
Okay, and a child or an adult?
Child.
Okay, any other adults stay at the house?
Christmas.
Okay,
And who is Cortez? How do you know him?
My mom and
Mama's friend's boyfriend. Okay. Do you know his full name or just his first name?
yes, his first name.
Okay. And do you see Cortez in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And where is he seated?
Right there.
Okay. What's he wearing?
A green.
So what color is it?
Green.
Green. Okay. Your Honor, that's for in-court identification for that this time.
So noted.
Now, I want to talk about you going to that house, okay? When you were about 8 years old. Do you remember going there and something happening that brings you into court today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went over there, was it daytime or nighttime?
Daytime.
Okay, and around what time did you get there, if you remember?
3:45.
Okay, and why did you go over there at that time?
Because my mom was there.
Okay, your mom what?
My mom was at home, she was at work.
Okay, now, when your mom was at work, were you by yourself getting home from school?
No.
Okay, who were you with?
My brother.
Okay, what's your brother's name?
Dakari.
Dakari? How old is he?
12.
12, okay. So when you got off of school with Dakari, where did you go? Did you walk or did you take the bus from school?
Walk.
Walk, okay. And when you got out of school, what time did you get out of school?
3:30.
3:30. And when you got to that house, about what time of day was it? What time did you get to Marmar's house?
3:45.
3:40. Okay, did you stop at home first?
Yes.
Okay, and did you go inside your house?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because my mom was there.
Okay, so where did you end up going?
To my house.
Okay, had you been there before?
Yes.
Okay, and why would you go over there before?
Because we're friends.
Because of what?
We're friends.
Okay, who's friends?
We're
Okay, so you were friends and you would go hang out with them?
Yeah.
How many times per week would you go over there, would you say?
3 times.
About 3 times a week? Would you go every week? Or just sometimes?
Like, on a weekend.
Okay, but you'd also go on weekdays if you went to school, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, now, the time that you went over there, that you remember something happening, what were you doing?
I was trying to go use the bathroom.
Okay, so did you walk up to that house?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you remember the street East Forest Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember the house, Marmar's house being on that street?
Yes.
Okay, now when you got there, did you get up there with your brother or were you by yourself?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, and what did you do when you walked up to that house? What was the first thing you did?
We knocked on the door.
Okay, did anybody answer the door?
Yes.
Who did?
Cortez.
Okay, and did he say anything to you?
No.
Okay, did you say anything to him?
No.
Okay, what happened next?
I tried to go use the bathroom. And I told him everything when I tried to switch me to go play with my friends.
Okay, so I wanna make sure I heard you right. You told your brother stay outside? Okay, did your brother stay outside?
At first he said he was telling him not to meet me outside.
Okay, and his name is Jakari? Dakari, I'm so sorry. Were other kids outside with Dakari or was it just him outside? Other kids. Did you know those other kids?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went into the house, did you tell Cortez you had to use the bathroom or did you just walk in?
I don't know.
That's okay. And when you got in, tell me about this house. What does it look like? Is it one layer, one level, or is it more than one level?
It's 3.
3 levels. Okay. How do you get from level to level?
I had to go upstairs.
Okay. Now, you've been in that house before, right? Where's the bathroom at in that house?
Upstairs.
Okay. So in order to use that bathroom, you had to go upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you walk upstairs, or do you go upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And what's upstairs besides the bathroom, if you know?
The kids' room and the parents' room.
Okay, what's the kids' room? What's in there?
Toys.
Okay, and do you know, who goes in that room?
Mama and siblings.
Mama and the siblings. Okay, and the other room you said was what?
The parents' room.
Okay, now who are the parents that you're talking about?
Cortez and Melanie.
Okay, Cortez and Lonnie. So when you are going to the bathroom, what if anything happens? What do you see?
When I go to the stairs, like I'm trying to go use the bathroom, the kids' room is
Let me ask you this, okay? When you get upstairs, you talk about 3 different rooms, right? If I'm up the steps and I'm on that landing at the top, where's the bathroom? Is it to my left or to my right or straight ahead?
Straight.
Okay, now where is this kid's room? To my left, my right, or straight ahead? He left, okay, and what about, the parents' room, as you called it, where's that at?
To the right.
To the right, okay. Now, when you get upstairs, do you see anybody or anything?
Cortez.
Okay, where's he at?
He's down in Jason.
Okay, and when you get up to them steps, how far away is he from you? Like inches, feet, or further away?
Inches.
Inches, okay, does he say anything to you?
No.
Did you see what he's wearing?
He's wearing like a white shirt and jacket.
No, okay, and what happens next?
He grabbed me.
Okay, when you say he grabbed you, with what did he grab you with?
He said,
His hands?
Yeah.
One hand or two?
Two.
Okay, what part of your body did his hands touch?
like,
Your waist area. And for the record, Your Honor, the witness is gesturing with her left hand to her waist area. Now, if I, excuse me, sir, Your Honor, defendant's making comments, I ask that he refrain from making comments.
So you are not making any comments whatsoever, you understand? So
Thank you. Now, when he grabs you, is it with his hands only, or is it with arms or something else? Say that one more time.
just with his hand.
Okay, and was it a light touch, medium touch, or hard touch? Medium, okay, then what happened next?
Like, he took me to the parents' room.
Okay, now the parents' room, is that a bedroom? Is that a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, and what's in that bedroom? What's it look like?
Like, it was like a blow bed and covers.
Okay, so the bed, is it like an air mattress? It's a blow-up bed, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, is it a big bed, medium bed, or little bed?
Like a full.
A full size bed, okay. And besides that bed, is there any other kind of furniture or anything like that? No, just the bed, okay? And when you get in there, do you go in first or does he go in first? Was he still holding on to you as you went into that room? Or did he let go of you at some point? You okay? You need a second? You need a second, Peter? Just give me 1 minute, please. Can I approach her? Just would you go back?
Okay, we're back on the record on People versus Cortez Kimbell. Before we begin, let me say one thing. There are to be no more verbal or non-verbal communication from you, sir. If it continues, we will hold this preliminary examination without you being present. You will be considered to permanently distance yourself from these proceedings if you can't control yourself. You understand? Nothing else. May proceed.
Mr. Nye, I forgot where I left off, but I'm gonna ask a follow-up question to what was already talked about, okay? So when you get into that house, you went up the stairs, right?
Yes.
Okay, you indicated the person you saw on the stairs was who?
Cortez.
Cortez, okay, and where was he coming from? What room? Oh, was he- the kids' room, okay. And at some point you said he grabbed you with his hands?
Yes.
Okay, and eventually you went into the parents' room, is what you call it, right? And this is a bedroom, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And does he lead you into the room? Like, are you the first one in, or does he go in first?
I'm the first one.
Okay. Say that one more time. Are you the first one in, or is he in first?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember him keeping his hands on you, or did he remove his hands from you when you got in the room? Say it one more time, so you're nice and loud. Moved his hands, okay. So you're standing in the bedroom. How far are you from the bed? Are you close to it or far away? Okay, and where's Cortez at? Is he close to you? When you get in the room? Okay, at some point in time, do you stay standing or does something else happen to you?
I don't stay standing.
Okay, what happens to your body? Where do you go?
On the bed.
Okay, how do you get on that bed? Did you go on by yourself? Did you lay down on it or did something else happen? What was that something else? Did anybody tell you to get on the bed?
No.
Did anybody make you get on the bed?
Yes.
Who made you get on that bed?
Yes.
How did he make you get on that bed? How did he make you get on that bed tonight? Now, when you land on that bed, do you land on your tummy or on your back or on your side? On your stomach, okay. Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
No.
Okay, but you remember him wearing a black t-shirt and joggers, is what I heard you say, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what happens next when you're on that bed on your tummy? Does Cortez touch you at all on your body anywhere at any time while you're on that bed?
Yes.
Where does he touch you at? On your legs, okay. Now, you don't remember what you were wearing, but do you remember if you had shorts or pants on?
Probably did.
Okay, I don't want you guessing, so if you don't know, that's okay too, okay? But do you remember anything happening to your clothes while you were in that bedroom on that bed?
Yes.
What do you remember happening? Okay, now it's a silly question, but I'm gonna ask it, okay? Underneath your pants, do you wear panties?
Yes.
Okay, did you have panties on that day? Okay, now while you're on your tummy, how are your pants removed? How do they come off? I need you to talk real nice, I can't hear out of my ear, remember? So I need you to talk real nice and loud for me. How do your pants come off?
You pull them off.
Okay, and when he pulls off your pants, do your panties stay on or come off too?
Come off too.
Okay. Now, do your pants and panties come all the way off, like they move to somewhere else, or do they stay on your body?
Stay on.
Okay, where do they stay at?
My knee.
Your knee, okay. Now, do you stay on your stomach?
Yes.
Okay, what happens next? Where, when you're on your stomach, where is Cortez?
By the bed.
Okay, he's by the bed. Now, when you get into the room and you're on your stomach, is he by your feet, or is he to the side of the bed, or the front of the bed? Where's he closest to? What part of your body? Feet, okay. Now, does he stand up, stay standing up, or does something else happen?
No, yes.
Okay, what, if anything, does he do, sweetheart? Do you see anything on his body change? What do you see change?
he keep doing everything.
Did he have any kind of underwear on that you know of? Okay. Now, how did you know he pulled down his pants? You saw him do it? No. Okay, how did you know that his pants were off?
Because when he got on top of me, I didn't feel okay.
Okay. Now, he got on top of you. Were you on your tummy the whole time? And how did he get on top of you? Where was his head compared to your head? It was staying again?
Like by my head.
Okay. Now, was his chest facing your back or something else?
Facing my back.
Okay. Now, where were his arms, if you remember?
Like on the bed.
Okay. And where were his legs, if you remember? By your feet. Okay. Were his legs on the bed or off the bed?
Like, they was on the bed.
Okay. So he didn't stay standing up, is that right? Okay. Did he lay on the bed or sit on the bed? Or something else? What do you do?
He was like over there.
He was on you? What does that mean? Where was he at? You were still flat on your tummy, right? Where was he at compared to you?
Like laying on me.
Okay. Did you feel something heavy on you or no? Okay, so you could feel his body on you, is that fair? Okay, what happened next? Actually, let me ask you this. When you go to the bathroom, where do you pee out of? What do you call that area? Okay. And where you go poop out of, what do you call that area? The booty. Okay. I call it the booty hole. You talking about booty hole if I say that? You know what I mean? Okay. And when he is on top of you, what, if anything, is he doing? Say that again. I can't hear you, sweetheart. Parent things. Okay, what does that mean? Do you have another word for parent things? Now, does he do anything with any part of his body? Okay, what part of his body? His private part. Now, what does he use for his private part? What does he use it for? To pee. Okay. And when he's on top of you, what about his private part? What happens? So at this point, your pants and panties are down, right? His pants are down, right? Okay, at some point, I think you said you felt part of his body, is that right? What part did you feel? Let me ask you one more time. When you're laying down on your tummy, okay, and he's on top of you, you indicated that you felt something, right? What, if anything, did you feel? Just speak up real loud, sweetheart, okay? Real loud. You tell your best friend's in the back of the courtroom, okay? She needs to hear what's going on. So you felt his private part. What does that mean? Where did you feel his private part at? Your butt? Okay. Now, when you felt it on your butt, are we talking, so I have butt cheeks, right? We're talking about the booty hole, right? What part of his private part, what did it touch? Did it touch either of those things? The booty hole, okay. So in between your butt cheeks is the booty hole, right? Okay, are you saying that you felt his private part touch the booty hole? Okay, did it go inside or stay outside? Inside, okay. Now, was he making any kind of motion with his body at all? Was he moving at all? Or staying still? Back and forth? Was he moving back and forth or was something else moving back and forth? He was, okay. And what were you doing at the time? You were just laying there? Okay, how were you feeling at the time? Scared. Why were you scared? You don't know. Okay, how long did that last though? Seconds, minutes, or something else? Minutes. Okay, what made it stop if you know? Okay, did he say anything to you at all during this time? What did he say?
He said that he's gonna kill me
Okay, kill you with what?
if I told anybody.
Okay, how did that make you feel? Now, did he eventually get off your body or did you stay there? Okay, and what happened next? Okay. Did you have to get yourself dressed or did something else happen? Who dressed you after? Okay, so you pulled out the panties and your pants? And what did Cortez do, if anything? Did you see him do anything else?
No.
Okay. Did you leave the room, the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you go from there? Did you stay upstairs or did you exit the house? Okay, now was your brother still outside at the time?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you leave with your brother? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you go?
We played with our friends.
Okay, did you stay around that house at, Marmar's house, or did you go anywhere else?
We went to our friends.
Okay, where did you go?
To our friends.
Okay, is that nearby too?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the first person that you told about what had happened? Did you tell anybody?
Yes.
Okay, who did you tell?
My friend is the mirror.
Your brother and a mirror. Okay, so after this happened inside the parents' bedroom, how long after that did you tell your brother and the mirror?
I told the mirror a couple of months.
So let me ask you this, okay? Why didn't you tell anybody right after it happened?
Because I was scared.
And why were you scared again?
Because he said he was gonna kill me.
Okay, and did you believe he would hurt you? Have you told anybody? Okay. Now, besides that time, when you went to go use the bathroom, was there any other time that you went back to Marmar's house after that?
Yes.
Okay, how long after you were there the first time when you went to the bathroom, did you go back the second time or another time? So did you wait like days, weeks, months to go back? How long after, if you know? Okay, and why did you go back to that house?
Because me and Mama and his family played on play hide and seek.
Hide and go seek. Okay, and where were you playing hide and go seek at?
In
Marmar House. And is that the house at 1066 East Forest Avenue in the city of Detroit? Okay, but do you know the street as Forest Avenue, East Forest Avenue? And this is the house that's near your house, right? Okay. And the second time that you go there, are you going to play hide and seek? How many kids are at that house when you get there? If you can remember, was it more than you and Marmar? Okay, was it more than 5 kids or less than 5 kids? Less, okay. And did you end up playing hide and seek in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do during the game?
To go hide upstairs.
Okay, so again, downstairs, what's downstairs? What rooms are there?
The kitchen. The room.
Okay. Do you know where Marmar sleeps and his siblings sleep? Upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
Okay, what room if you know?
The parent room.
The parent. Okay. So you go upstairs, where are you going?
To the kids' room.
Okay, why are you going there?
To hide.
Okay, and tell me about this kids' room, what's in there?
Toys.
Is there any kind of furniture or anything like that?
A chair.
A chair, what kind of chair? If you know. Is it like one of them lazy boy chairs that you can recline, or is it like a hard chair like this? Okay, and do you go into the kids' room?
Yes.
Okay, is anybody there with you?
No.
Okay, do you see anybody else upstairs?
No.
Okay, does anything happen while you're playing hide and go seek?
Yes.
And what happens?
When I was in there, Cortez, he was sitting up in the chair.
Okay, so when I asked you if anybody else was in the room, you said no, but now you're saying somebody else was in that kid's room with you when you walked in there?
Yeah.
Okay, and if I'm walking into that kid's room, where is the chair in relation to the door? Is it to my left or to my right?
Yeah, right.
To your left. Now, is it back in a corner or is it right next to the door? Okay, so when you first get into the bedroom, do you see Cortez? You see him right away?
Yes.
And what, if anything, is he wearing if you know?
Don't know.
Okay, do you remember what you were wearing? Okay, was this still when you were about 8 years old? Okay. And Cortez at the time was over the age of 18, right? Or no? Okay. And when you go into the kids' room and you see Cortez, does he say anything to you?
No.
Okay, do you say anything to him?
No.
Okay, what happens next? Say it again.
When I hear those, like, when I hear the cry, he grabbed me.
Okay, so Cortez is sitting in the chair when you get in the room, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, now do you stop or do you go towards the closet door? Are you
I
heading
go
towards?
to the closet door.
Okay, and where's that closet door in comparison to the chair? Is it near the chair or away from the chair?
Like on the chair.
Okay, and how far is the closet door from the entrance to that bedroom?
It's like right by here.
So do you make it to the closet or no?
I did, but we couldn't go in.
Okay, now when you went into that kid's room, was the door open or closed?
Open.
Okay, at any point in time when you're in the kid's room, does that door stay, close it or does it stay open? Okay, who closes it? So do you see Cortez actually get out of the chair when you're in the room?
Oh, yes.
Do you see him close the door? No, okay, but at some point you realize the door is shut. Okay, and when he gets out of the chair, you said he grabs you, where does he grab you at?
Here.
Okay, Judge, for the record, witness is gesturing with her right hand, is that towards your waist? Okay, does he grab you, with what part of his body does he grab you with?
His hand.
His hand, one hand or two?
Two.
Now, when I asked you about that prior incident, I asked if it was just his hands or any part of his arm or other part of his body. In this case, what part did he grab you? Just hands or another part of his body?
Just hands.
Okay. And what, if anything, does he do? Does he move you at all, or does he just grab you and stand there? Where does he move you to?
The chair.
Okay. Now, does he sit down in the chair or no?
Yes.
Okay, and where does he pull you to, if anywhere? On his lap. Okay, so when he's sitting down, are you facing him, or is your butt on his lap? Okay, and did you feel yourself sitting on his lap? Okay, and what happened next? Okay, then you just speak up, sweetheart, we're almost done. What happens? Okay, you're wearing pants, are you wearing panties at that time too? Okay, now when you said he pulls his pants down, does he just pull your pants down? Okay, what kind of pants were you wearing, by the way, if you remember? Jeans, okay. Did he have to unfasten them, or did it kind of can just slip on and off? Oh, and who pulls down the pants? You or him? Is he saying anything to you while he's doing this? Okay. Does he do anything to himself, his body at all? Does he touch anything? What? Okay, he pulls his pants on. Do you see anything on his body? Do you feel anything on his body? Okay, so you're sitting on his lap, right? Do you feel any part of his body besides his legs touch your body? Because his pants are down and your pants are down, is that right? Do you feel skin to skin, is that right? Does anything happen to your body by his body? What happens? In your what? Okay. So when you say you put his private part in your butt, did his private part stay on the outside, like on the cheek area, or did it go inside the cheek area? Inside. And did it go anywhere inside your booty hole, or did it stay outside the booty? Inside, okay. And was there any kind of movement from Cortez, or was he standing still with you on his lap? You don't remember. How did it feel? Okay, how are you feeling in general? Scared. Okay. And did Cortez say anything to you during this time? While it was happening? No. Okay, and how long did it last? You don't remember? Okay. Did it stop at some point? Okay. And when it stopped, what happened? So you tried to run? Okay, so while this is happening, while you feel his private part on your booty hole, in your booty hole, is he still holding on to you with his hands and arms, or are you not being held? Sure, I worded that funny, I'm sorry. So when you're sitting on his lap and his private part goes into your booty, is he holding on to you still with his hands and arms, or is he not touching you with his hands and arms? He's not. So do you try and get up? Yes. Okay, what happens when you try and get up? He grabbed me. Okay, and did what?
He grabbed me.
Okay,
He
what,
grabbed me.
does he grab you by what part of your body? Okay, you're on the record again, gesturing with right hand towards the waist.
And when he grabs you, where do you go?
Okay, so you go back onto his lap? Does anything else happen with his private part, your booty, or no? No. Okay, what happens next? After he grabs you for that second time, what happens next?
I go into his arms already.
So you went under his arms? Okay, so was he holding you again at that point?
Yes.
Okay, how were you able to get out of his arms?
Was holding his face down like this.
Like what?
Like trying to wiggle out.
So you're trying to wiggle out, were you able to wiggle out?
Yes.
Okay, now, if he's holding you, are you wiggling out from the top or from the bottom of his arms? Or do you bust through the arms? That's okay. So you ultimately get away from him in that chair, from that chair? Where do you go? Okay, did you leave the house? Okay, what did you do when you left the house? When you left Marmar's house, after this happened to you playing hide and seek? Okay, did you tell anybody about what happened that time?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because I was scared. I told my mom that he was being mean.
Okay, so when did you tell your mom that Cortez was being mean?
After I was there.
Okay, when did you tell her that he was being mean?
Like when?
Was it immediately after, or did you wait some time to tell her?
Like, when I went home, I told her.
Okay, was your mom home when you got home?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell her anything about the specifics of what happened, or no? Okay, and why not? Okay, how were you feeling when this was happening? Okay, why were you scared? Okay, and what made you think you were gonna die? Okay, kill you with what? Did he tell you not to tell anybody, or no? What did he say?
He said, don't tell anybody, and then he told me that if I did tell somebody, I would believe me, but I just can't look at.
Now, after that time you went there to play hide and seek and that happened to you, did you ever go back to Mama's house?
No.
Okay, and why did you go back? Okay, did you not want to go back? Okay. When did you first tell somebody about what had happened with Cortez did?
Okay. So my best friend, and then she told me to tell me.
Okay, your mother's friend is who?
I said, I told my best friend.
I'm sorry, your best friend, is that Amira?
Yes.
Okay, how long after it happened did you tell Amira? Was it days, same day, different week, different month?
Like in the next year.
The next year, okay. So you waited a little bit of time before you told anybody about what happened, is that right? Okay, was that because of how you were feeling or something else? Say it again.
Oh,
and were you feeling what you described to the court before, feeling scared? Okay, and for the reasons that you said before, because of what Cortez said?
Cross-examine.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Hi, I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? You have to say yes or no. You just have to speak on it. All right? Is that okay? Tell me your last name. How do you pronounce it again? Leininger. Linebarger. Miss Linebarger, you said that you told your friend Amira about what had happened. And you said that you told your friend Amira about 1 year after it had happened. Is that true?
Yes.
And you said that Amira told you to tell your mother. You told your mother right away?
No.
You did not. Do you still go to Plymouth?
Yes.
Did you have a class earlier this year that they call something like sex education or human development or something like that?
Yes.
Did you go to that class?
Yes.
And after that class, that's when you told your mom? You talked about Marmar's siblings. Yes? That would be Marmar's brother and Marmar's sister. Yes? So the day that you told the judge about when you were playing hide and seek, you say that you were at Marmar's house, right? And Marmar was there. And his brother and his sister, yes? And your brother Dakari was there?
No.
He was not. Okay, so was it just the four of you kids? Nobody else?
And Cortez.
But is,
And Melody was there too. And the day she went to my house.
Can you say that again, please?
The day she went to my house, just not to my mom.
So, okay, so Melody's a grown up?
Yes.
And Melody is Marmar's mom?
Yes.
And when you got there to play hide and seek, Melody was there?
Yes.
But then she left?
Yes.
So playing hide and seek, there was four of you kids?
Yes.
Okay. It was daytime?
No.
It was nighttime?
Yes.
And after you say this happened, you left the house? You left Marmar's house?
Yes.
You didn't tell anybody you were leaving?
No.
You walked back to your house? Is your house right next door to Marmar's house? Yeah?
Yeah.
You have older sisters?
Yes.
And is one of them right here in court today?
Yes.
When you started talking to your mom about what you say Cortez did your sister show you a picture of somebody and say, is this the guy? Was that because you weren't really sure who it was?
No, just trying to make sure and also about the right person.
Okay. And was that this sister who's here in court, in the courtroom?
Yes.
You said that the first time this happened, it was, you said it was in 2020. How do you know that it was in the year 2020? Somebody said that it could have been?
That's what she said, like in 2020.
And you just pointed at this young lady here, the prosecutor? Is that who you're talking about? Okay. So the prosecutor asked you if it was in 2020 and you went with that? Yes?
Yes.
Do you know when it was that you say this happened?
No.
Does your brother go to Plymouth school also?
Yes.
And he's 1 year older than you are?
Yes,
And both times that you were at Melody's or at Marmar's house, when you say that this happened, Dakari was at the house too?
only one,
So, sorry.
only one.
Only one of the times. Which of those times? Did you tell me that Dakari was there playing hide and seek?
No, the car wasn't there.
Was not. Okay, thank you for correcting. So the hide and seek, it was you, Marmar's brother, and Marmar's sister. No Dakari. When you told your mom that Cortez had been mean to you, did your mom ask you what you were talking about? She did. And what did you say?
That's the memory. Because I was just afraid he wouldn't be there.
Can you say that again? It was hard for me to understand.
I said that. I said grandma and down his plan. He was with me.
Okay. How old are you today? Last couple of questions, Miss Lane Barker. Line Barker. Thank you for helping. The first time that you say this happened, Marmar went home with you to his house, right? Marmar, the first time you say this happened, did Marmar go to his house with you?
Mama was there.
The first time you say this happened, Marmar was not there.
No.
Was Melody?
No.
Was Cortez mean to you other times? He was never a really nice guy, was he?
Did I ask for clarification with that, please?
Yeah.
Have you ever met Cortez before these things happened you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. When you would visit with Marmar, Cortez would be there sometimes, yes?
Yes.
And Cortez was not a friendly, nice guy, was he? That's right. Did Marmar talk about Cortez?
Not me.
No.
Mama was like kids.
Say that again. Marmar would say.
He was like cool. Not me.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand. The second time that you told the judge about this happening, you said that you went into the kids' room while you were playing hide and seek, yes?
Yes.
And you said that Cortez was in the kids' room when you walked in? Yes. And you said that you tried to go in the closet, but that Cortez stopped you.
Yeah.
There's a door on the kid's room, is that true? There's a door on the parents' room too, is that true? And the doors were not like slammed shut, were they? Say anything, please. Yeah.
Like when I was at dinner, it wasn't closed at first.
Okay. Were any of the other kids hiding upstairs too right then? Or do you know?
No,
You don't know or they were?
I don't.
Okay. But I don't know. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple questions. Ms. Tanaya,
Yes,
do you remember what grade you were in when you first went to Marmar's house to use the bathroom that one day?
really,
Do you remember how old you were?
8,
Okay, so you might not remember the year, but you remember how old you were, right? And you're how old right now?
11,
11. So help me do some math here. That would put you at about 7 or 8 years old in 2020. Is that fair? Does that sound right?
yeah,
Okay. Now, when you first told your mom about what happened, where did you tell her at? At your house? Okay, is that a yes?
yes,
Okay, what were you doing at your house when you told her?
but the part when I told her Cortez was being mean,
Yes. No, well, the first time you said Cortez was being mean, but then you testified with defense attorney that you said never mind, right? But was there a time that you actually told mom what happened? Okay, and when was that?
that was, but
Was it after the first time or after the second time? Sure. So the first time that you told your mom, I think you testified with me that it was some months afterwards, is that right, or was it long? Months. Okay, so what brought it up with you and mom? What were you doing?
more
Yes, so what made you tell mom right then and there? Did you tell your mom right after Amira said, yeah, you better tell your mom?
no, like a week after,
Okay, so a week goes by after you talk to Amira, what makes you go tell mom what happened a week later? You feeling a kind of way, or did something happen, or what?
because I said if I didn't tell mom, he could keep doing it.
So at some point you tell your mom about what happened, right? Now, you went into the house the very first time, for what reason?
Yes.
Okay, did you know that Margaret wasn't there? Did you know that Melody wasn't there? Okay, why did you go in? Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Thank you. You may start.
Yeah, the people calling will be very short, but it's the Shunia Johnson. The judge will go back.
Now, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there.
Shane Johnson, DSHUNIS. Johnson, JOHN.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with the sponsor right next to me. Get to that microphone to your left. Your left, your left. Your left.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
Sure.
Maybe give me a break.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record, nice and much?
Deshaun Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, are you familiar with something Denia?
Yes,
Okay, and how do you know Denia?
that's my daughter.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 11.
And in the year 2020, where did you live?
In the digs on 1070 East Forest.
Okay, and did you know anyone by the name of Melody at that time?
Yes, I do.
Who was Melody?
Cortez Kimbell was his one of his child's mother.
Okay, and are you friendly with her or no?
Yeah, that was my friend.
Okay, and compared to where you live, where did Melody live?
She stayed cat a quarter from us, so it's like the next house now. It was one house in between ours.
Okay, so within walking distance, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have you hold not the microphone part, but the mic. Yes, thank you. So, were you ever aware that Denia, and do you have any other children?
Yes, I do. The Kari Linebarger, Denasia Johnson, Terry Johnson, and Zaire Slade.
Can you spell Linebarger, please?
Linebarger.
Thank you. Now I want to talk about, is it Dakari?
Yes,
How old is Dakari?
he's 12 now.
12.
Let me get this mask on, because the air from.
Okay. Would you like me to hold your question?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, one more time. How old is Dakari?
He's 12.
Okay, so back in 2020, he would have been how old?
I believe 9.
Okay, and, I'm sorry,
9, I believe.
9. Okay, and how old would Denia have been in 2020?
8.
8. Okay, and did you live at that house for how long?
Roughly between 5 and 6 years.
Okay, what year did you move in? Was it before 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And where did your kids go to school? And I'm talking Denia and Dakari.
Planet Educational Academy.
Okay, and is that within walking distance of your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how would your kids get to and from school?
They will walk home.
Okay. Were there ever instances when you were not at home but at work?
Yes.
Okay, how often would you work?
Well, actually, I got a job briefly, so it wasn't that long.
Okay, when you were working,
I would.
what hours did you work?
I can't.
That's okay. Were you
I
working?
can't remember.
Was it
been so long.
daytime?
It was daytime.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you aware that?
We would meet at home. We would meet there.
Okay, so after school, what would be the routine, typical routine?
For them to come home to me, but if I wasn't there, they would usually knock on my friend Melody's house.
Okay, so you were aware that occasionally Denia and Dakari would go to that house?
Yes.
Now, did Melody, and you said, who was her significant other at the time?
Cortez Kimbell.
And had you met Cortez Kimbell?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify him by pointing and saying something he's wearing?
He's right here in the army, I mean, not army, but evergreen green jump shirt with the white shirt under it.
Okay, thank you. I just for in-court identification.
So,
how often were you aware that Denia would go to that house?
It was just a few times, because I always was at home before they would get there, but I would say maybe about 3 or 4 times.
Were you aware that sometimes when Denia and Dakari would go over there that Melody would not be there?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you ever aware that when they went over there occasionally, Marmar would not be there, the child?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Now, fast forward to 2023.
Okay.
At some point in time, are you made aware by Denia of something that something had happened at that address on? At that address at 1066 East Forest Avenue?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. And when were you made aware something happened?
This was around either September, October, and it was late. I remember it was late at night. It was probably like 10 p.m.
Okay, what year?
2023.
Okay. And who approached you?
The night.
Okay. And when she approached you, did she tell you that something had happened at that address that belonged to Melody and Cortez?
Yes.
Okay, without telling me what she said happened, did she indicate that she felt uncomfortable going over to that address?
Well, not that night. She just came out. She said she needed to tell me something.
Okay. And when she told you she needed to tell you something, did she tell you right away what happened, or was that the end of the conversation?
No, she told me right away. She said, "Mom, I need to tell you something." I said, "Go ahead, tell me." She was like, "I'm scared. I'm scared." I said, "Well, just go ahead and tell me."
Okay. And did she tell you that something inappropriate had happened between her and Cortez?
Yeah.
Did she tell you how often that happened? How many times?
Yeah.
How many times did she
She
tell you?
said 2 or 3.
Okay. And did she tell you when it happened?
Yeah.
When?
Judge, I got to the hearsay. Sustained.
So when she told you that this had happened, did you get the impression that it had happened immediately before she told you, or sometime earlier?
Sometimes earlier, because that's what she said.
Okay. And how did you feel when she told you what she said?
I was angry.
Okay, what was your first reaction? What did you do?
I stopped her and I went out there and my daughter was about to leave. So I went out there and got my daughter and had her come in. And I had her tell her exactly what she had told me.
Okay. And at some point, did you contact law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when did you do that?
Probably 5 minutes after she told me.
Okay. And is that what brings us into court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And and you were aware that charges were issued at some point?
Yes.
Okay, now, once charges were issued, did you have a conversation with me?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with the officer in charge in this case?
No, I didn't have I don't know if I had a conversation with you. I know. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. I did have a
Did you also talk with Detective Brittany Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked to Detective Williams, did you indicate that you were concerned about anything involving Cortez?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you indicate?
Well, somebody was playing on my phone, so I had trap law, and I could get the phone number. They were not only playing on my phone, they were playing on my daughter's phone and my other grown daughter's phone, and saying that they were gonna we better not show up to court, and that I was gonna die, and that they weren't gonna stop until they fought me and my 2 daughters.
Okay. So when you said play on your phone, what does that mean?
Call in private.
Okay. So when was the first time that you got a private call?
This is about, well, the first time I got this private call, it started in October.
October what year?
Of 2023.
Okay. And was that about the time that police had gotten involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you recognize the voice of whomever was talking on that phone?
I did.
Okay, was it male or female, or could you not tell?
Female.
Okay, was it, how many calls in total from October 2023 to present day have you gotten?
I would say about anywhere from 300 to 400.
Okay, now how many per day?
About 20.
Okay, is it from the same voice or different voices?
It's, they'll just call and hold the phone. Most of the time it's just calling and holding the phone.
Okay, when you do hear a voice, does that voice indicate any connection to Mr. Cortez?
I can't recognize the voice.
Okay, but do they mention Cortez?
And they just mentioned him in the text.
Okay, so you did receive a text message?
Yes, my daughter received it.
Okay, which daughter?
She's not here. She was there with me briefly, but she's not here today. Her name is Desharmani Jackson.
Okay, Desharmani?
Yes.
If I asked Desharmani at some point to provide that text, would she still have it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the nature of that text, did it make you believe that it had to do with this criminal case against Cortez Kimbell and your daughter, Denaya?
Yes, no, because that was the only court case that I could think of. I don't have another court case to not show up to.
Okay, when was the last time that you got that last call?
At 10 a.m. yesterday morning.
Okay. So if I were to ask you to show me your phone, would I see these private calls?
Yes.
Would I see all the private calls you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, were all of these calls related to Cortez Kimbell?
Yes, ma'am.
How did they make you feel?
I was concerned.
Why?
Because I watch the news a lot and I see that a lot of people do some things that are not good. And by them telling me I better not show up to court, I'm just, and that they won't stop calling until they fight me. That's concerning. My everything, all my information is on the internet, it's not on the business, so that was real concerning to me.
Were you ever concerned for the safety of anyone else in the family?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
My children.
Okay. How about Denaya specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When Denaya told you what happened, did you believe her?
Yes, I did.
Objection to relevance. Just a
No further questions.
Question, Sam?
Yeah, if I can, Judge, thank you. Ms. Is it Johnson or is that your last name?
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, so, you lived on Forest Avenue for about 5 or 6 years, you said?
Yes.
And you moved off of Forest Avenue, do you remember when? A month and a year?
2021.
Do you remember the month by chance?
Yes, I do, in June.
You moved in the summer of 2021? Okay, so you lived on Forest Avenue throughout the entire year of 2020?
Yes.
When you received some information from your daughter that something happened in Monmouth's house, she told you something had happened, right?
Yes.
And that's when you said that you immediately told your other daughter, the older daughter, to come back in and listen to what Denaya has to say.
Yes.
And you say that you immediately called the police.
Yes.
It's true, is it not, that shortly after that, did you post things on social media about what was going on?
No, never.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in your house did?
I'm not aware of it.
You testified about getting phone calls talking about wanting to fight.
Yes.
Yes. Is it true that one of your daughters or you have sent messages back also saying that you want to fight?
I can't testify to what they said because I'm not sure, but I've never done that.
Okay. And is it true that you don't discuss these sorts of things with your youngest daughter, with Denaya?
No, I haven't discussed it with her.
Any of them?
No.
Okay, thank you. I don't know.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may stay. You're all set. Any other witnesses for the people?
The people rest, Judge.
Any witnesses for the people?
No, Judge.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. There was clear testimony from the complainant, Ms. Naya, Line Barger. Your Honor, for the record, I'd like to make an amendment to the information, the spelling of her name. Right now, it's spelled Lineager. I asked that it be spelled correctly to Lineb as in boy, Arger. And Your Honor, there was testimony from Ms. Denaya Manager that on 2 occasions when she was 8 years old, she didn't know the year, but 8 years old would put us at the year 2020. She said, I believe she was in the 3rd grade. That on 2 occasions, she went to that address that was on 1066 East Forest Avenue in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne. She didn't remember the number, she remembered the street, and mom said the house was right there on that East Forest Avenue. The first time she went to that house, she knocked on the door to use the bathroom. She went upstairs and she described penis to anal penetration by the defendant in the parent's bedroom. She indicated she was pushed down onto her belly, and he climbed on top of her and penetrated her. And there was some back and forth motion going on. She then left the house after that. And the second time she went back was to play hide and seek with some friends. So I believe a month or 2 months after that. Again, she went into that house. There were other kids in the house, but she did not see anybody else upstairs when she went to go hide in that kid's bedroom. And when she went to the kids' room, she went to go to the closet, and she testified that Mr. Kimbell grabbed her by the waist with his hands and pulled her on top of him onto his lap. She indicated that at some point, he pulled out her pants, her panties, and his pants and penetrated his penis into her anal opening area. It didn't last very long, a couple of seconds, but nevertheless, there was still penetration. She then said that she had to try to pull away, and when she did, he pulled her back, but she managed to squeeze out from under his arms. She then left the house. I believe, Your Honor, based on the testimony, there is more than a probable cause standard, but for the purposes of today's hearing, there is a probable cause standard to find over as charged to CSC 1, which requires penetration, doesn't require completion, or requires penetration of an individual who was less than 13. She testified she was about 8 years old, and she indicated that Cortez Kimbell was over the age of 18 at the time, Your Honor. Because of that, I'd ask that you find over as charged.
Mr. Woody,
Judge, a couple thoughts. I don't recall any testimony of Mr. Cortez Kimbell being over any age at all.
I asked if he was over 18 and she said yes.
You asked it.
I asked Steph denied,
I'm sorry.
and I'm corrected.
I appreciate you correcting us. Yeah, Judge, there was no testimony. I would suggest. Then secondly, Judge, I think that the overall tenor, while the child witness appears to be fairly specific about specific incidents she says happened, Judge, I think that you should take the entirety of the testimony with a grain of salt. I think her own words provide you with that seasoning, specifically when she says that she wasn't even sure of the year, she just went with what the prosecutor said. I think that. And also she says when she was shown a picture.
In addition to that, she said, although she wasn't sure of the year, she was able to tell us what grade she was in, how old she was in that grade.
She did offer that testimony, yes, yeah. But she also offered testimony that she just went with what the prosecutor said. She also testified that she identified Mr. Cortez Kimbell as the perpetrator after her older sister had shown her a picture. So I think that these things should call the entirety of the testimony into question in the court's mind. And I would ask you to consider all of that when you make a final decision. And I don't think the case should be done.
May I add something, Judge? During the testimony, when the question was asked, did your sister show you a picture? She said yes. Was it of Cortez Kimbell? Yes. Had you seen him before? Yes. She didn't need that photo, Judge. She knew who he was. She'd been to his house multiple times. The fact that sister showed a picture doesn't matter. She knew who he was. She identified him before. And when Mr. Woodyard sees that transcript, he's going to see that I asked the question, was Cortez Kimbell over the age of 18? And that answer was yes. And I asked that you find over, Judge, based on.
This court, after hearing the testimony of the two witnesses the people have presented, is satisfied that people have met the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be committed. Defendant will be bound over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be March 28, 2024, 9 o'clock a.m. And are there any issues as to
Judge, I'd ask you to order a DSU if you're able.
Your Honor, I'd like to place something on the record.
Go ahead.
At this point, Your Honor, based on the testimony of the witnesses, and I will have my officer in charge do further investigation, I would like to put the defendant on notice that I plan on issuing an interfering with witness. I have listened to jail calls, I've provided jail calls, and I've narrowed down 2 voices and conversations that I think that credence to that charge. I just want to make them aware that that's going on.
The court also takes notice that the defendant's behavior during the first witness testimony, and then there was a stark difference when the adult testified. In fact, the defendant barely raised his head and kept his head down. This court, I was actually looking at the video. I played back the video as I was listening to the testimony, watching the defendant's actions, because initially I was not. I was looking at the witness. But it appears as though on a number of occasions, the defendant was trying to, if not intimidate the witness, but trying to get the witness to shush, putting his finger to his mouth. I found that quite troubling. The court is going to, what is his bond?
I think it's remand.
It's remand?
I don't know.
I think it is. That sounds about right. If it isn't, then I'll make it remand. The defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Judge, did you say 28 or a week from today?
March 28. Week from today.
That's a week from yesterday.
This is the day the 21st? Is it 22nd? Oh.
But Friday is Good Friday, so I didn't know if that's why you were doing
Well, I can't, well, the circuit court open on Good Friday. I think they are, they are, they're not anymore. They used to be. Times change.
It's either 28 or 20.
I can confirm that real quick.
On the safe side, let's make it April 1st.
Now, my apologies, according to a colleague, we are open on Good Friday.
That's what I thought.
My apologies.
Half the day. Okay, so March 28th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Then you will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mysteries of the world, two things I don't quite understand.
Yeah.
How people stand behind something like that, how people stand behind Donald Trump. I don't understand it.
Let me go talk to my people. I'll see if I can get it.
Okay. My mom. Mr. Slot, thank you so much for your patience. Do you guys have witnesses on yours?
Yeah, I suppose so. I haven't seen a prosecutor yet.
Who's the prosecutor?
Tina.
Ripley?
Yeah.
Where the heck is Miss Ripley? Who is she? Miss Lynch?
I spoke with him this morning, so I won't need to speak to him before we start.
Okay, great.
And is it okay?
It's been a
if it's in the
slow
gallery?
morning. We've been down more than we've been up. We still haven't had much. Are you ready to fight somebody yet?
No, Your Honor, I'm just stretching.
Okay, all right, just checking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Sometimes.
Yes.
Other things that are not.
Yes.
Who is this person to you?
I didn't hear you.
My grandfather. How old are you the first time something happened? 5. And how old are you the last time you remember something happening? 11. Does this happen in different places? Yes. Tell me about the first place that you remember something happening. Your apartment? Do you remember the address? 44 and apartment 206. What city is that in? Sure. When you're at the apartment, what's the first thing you remember? Are you asking what happened or what? Yeah, what happened? I remember just watching TV and putting my brother in her to go to sleep. And I remember we told us to go flying. Mom was grown. Like she was doing the food. And I went and I grabbed it. And I put it on. I came out to my room. And he said, no, go take everything out of the road. And put the road back on. He carried a handgun, so the handgun was on his back. So I looked at it and I got scared. So I did what I was told to do. I came. I'm gonna stop you right there for a second. Okay. You said you put your brother in his room to go to sleep. He was already dozing off. So he was after just 5 minutes to sleep, so I put him in his room. How old was your brother? I don't know. He was really little. He was 2 years younger than me. He was not a baby, but a baby. And who was all home at the apartment at this time? Me, my brother, and my sister. So you come back out with your mouth broke on, with nothing under it. And you said that he carried a handgun and he had it on a bag. Yes. Where was this bag at? The way our apartment was set up, it's like really hard. It's like it was really small. With 2 couches and your bag was in front of the couch. So it's like really hard to explain, but it was in front of the couch. It was like really difficult to put the bag anywhere. Was it out where you can see what where it is like? Yes. And what happens when you come out the living room with nothing on under the rope? They only come. The first time that it happened was really weird because that was the first time I remember. So I can't really exactly tell you. I was just really stuck in that moment. Not being able to move. So I can't really tell you exactly. Oh, and that's okay. We're just gonna ask about what you remember, okay? So while you're laying on the couch, do you still have the robe on?
Yes.
And where's your grandfather at?
On the same couch that I'm.
And what do you remember happening next? Do you remember? Do you feel anything happening to you?
Yes.
What do you remember?
His hands moved.
Do you remember where at his hand was moving?
Just it out like through the blood from my heart and just up and up to the bed.
Do you when he's touching like from your heart to your belly button?
You sorry.
Do you remember any other part of his body touching you at all that time? What do you remember?
Now you move like different areas in my life.
Different areas of your what?
My whole life.
Your body parts. Do you remember which body parts?
The no area.
And is there something that you use that for on a daily basis?
Yes,
And when you use the restroom, what comes out? Urine?
yes.
And is this mouth? Is it like on the top, on the inside, or something else? That makes sense.
Mostly.
Mostly. Is there anything else you remember happening that first time? That first time, does he ever have you do something to him?
I don't think.
That's fair. What's the second place that something happens?
It was first how that we got where I don't really remember the exact address. But it was a house. It was a white porch. With a black, a whitish looking wood. Then a black wood, like just brown.
Do you know what city this house was in? And What do you remember happening at this house?
It was, it got different from the first time that we did it. It wasn't really just him doing stuff to me. It started like him making me do stuff to him.
So tell me about that. Tell me what happens.
At this point, I was sharing a room with my step, and it was too big. And when she didn't come over, she didn't really come over. So she slept in one bed and I slept on the other. And from that period on, when we getting back outside, that's when the bad thing happened.
So when these things would happen, would anybody else be in the room?
No.
Would anybody else be in the house?
Not really. My mom was at work. Worked a lot during this period, so she couldn't leave me at home, and he would come and just watch it while she was at work.
Okay, so that's the reason he was over so much?
And sometimes just to be aware, just to try, sometimes just to get through that.
Where would your siblings be home?
No kids.
Tell me about that.
I know that at this time my mom was having my sister, and she wasn't or really attached to something. Sometimes my siblings would be here, but it would be my room, a different part of the house, so nobody could really hear or see unless they come all the way into. And they usually like really at the back of the house on a different side, so they really couldn't hear or see. And sleep.
So what happens in the bedroom with your grandmother?
It's like different from the first time. So instead of him doing a lot to me, he made me do a lot to him. It was mostly telling him his balloons without area where he was.
So those things you said was different from last time. We had some work in that he had you doing things to him. Would those other things happen too?
Yes, but it would really mostly be me just to him.
So what other things would happen?
Just him putting his below my belt area, or him putting my like my neck or my lips.
And when you say his mouth on your below the belt area, is that the one when you go to the bathroom, urine comes out?
Yes.
Okay. And can you talk about the reward things that he would have you do to him?
No, it would just be me putting my mouth below his belt area.
Tell me about that happening.
Can I ask a more specific question?
Yes. his below the belt area, what does he use that for on a daily basis? And when he uses the restroom on top? And how would he have you put your mouth on his private part? Would he tell you how to do it? Tell me about that.
It was mostly to do just I can't really explain.
Can you remember the exact words that you said?
Like do this or like do that mostly. And
Did he touch you at the time that he said that?
yes,
Where did he touch you?
So when he's having you, so his private part, is it at the outside or the inside of your mouth? Okay. And while he's having you do that, he's also touching you below your belt. And what is he using to touch you? What do you feel his hand doing? And is this the same area that when you use bathroom you're in now? Yes. When he's touching you, is it on the top, on the inside, or something else? Inside?
but not really inside, just like
And would any other part of his body touch your body?
besides his lips and his hand.
So what about his lips?
They would touch my lips, my lips, and
And when they would touch your below the belt area, is that inside, outside, or something else?
all of those that something.
Okay, something else. What would you feel his, what would you feel his mouth or his lips do? Is there anything else that happened at your first house that any place?
Oh, wait, yes.
Tell me about that.
There was an accusation against him and my older cousin. And
I'm gonna object to any hearsay or any other evidence.
She's not saying that she's what anybody said.
I would disagree. I mean, she's already raised that there's accusations about
Let's try it again. Repeat the question.
What, like that, what else happened at the house?
not really what I just said happened. It was just another time where it was kind of like I was being threatened to say anything. If that's was clear.
Who threatened
It wasn't really words that really came out. It was more so him having his hands on his bag and him looking at it and me and then I looked and then he grabbed me on the told me to say it.
I see. And you say the handgun was on his back or bag?
Bag. It was from black.
Bag that you said was in front of the couch?
Yeah, and he just like them back over the years, and he would make his gun take on top of his neck.
Okay.
And is this all one time at this time at this house? Is this all one time that it happened? Or multiple?
For them grabbing that happened at one time, but for all the things that did happen, it happened over at 4 different locations, 3 which were my house and 1 which was his house.
So the thing where we talked about, your mouth on his below the belt, his mouth on yours, and then the touching, are those all happening at the same time, or are they happening at different times? That's fair. Is it, you said, you already told us that one time when he, we put your mouth on his private part, he's also touching you below your belt. Those other times, are they happening when? Do they happen like before or after those times, like when that's happening?
I don't.
Does that make any sense? Okay. Is this all happening on one day at one time, or is it on different days at different times?
Different days.
Okay. What's the third place that something happens?
That is the third house, not really a house, but the third place that I used to live.
What's that?
4672 St. Anton, Michigan.
And who all lives there?
For me, my 3 siblings and my mom.
And what do you remember happening there?
From what I told you that happened at the different locations, the same thing happened there. It just, when I started growing in different areas, that's where he would like start touching me.
You start touching different.
And like I started to grow here.
And for the record, you kind of got your hand around your chest area.
Yes, I started to grow there, so he would like starting to touch there too.
Okay. So those things you said that all happened at the places before, plus the touching of your chest area.
Yes.
Okay. So those things that happened, what are they?
Me putting my mouth below his belt area, him putting his mouth in my belt area, and taking his hand and touching me in different areas below my belt and on my chest.
So I'm just gonna make sure I got it. So your mouth to his below the belt area. His mouth to your below the belt area. His hand to your below the belt area. And his hand to your chest area.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, we have to go through this. When you say your mouth to his below the belt area, is that the same below the belt area that he uses to go and urine comes out?
Yes.
Okay. And that would go, in your mouth, outside your mouth, or something else? Would that be inside your mouth, outside your mouth, or something else? And his mouth on your below mouth area, is that the one that you use to go to the bathroom when urine comes out?
Yes.
And would that be inside, outside, or something else? And his hand on your below the belt area, is that the same one that you use to go to the bathroom when urine comes out? Yes. Okay. And would that be inside, outside, or something else? And your touch area would be his hand? Yes. And where would that happen at in this other house, the 4672 St. Antoine?
The living room and my brother they really sleep in their room sometimes, and they just be scattered all over the house. So when you sleep in their room, it will happen in his room on the bed or on the living room on the couch.
So are these things that happen one time, more than one time, or something else? Did they happen more than 3 times? Did it count? Did anything else happen at that 4672 St. Antoine address? No. And so there was one other location, his house.
Yes.
What,
I don't know the address, I just know the street, which is Titus, T.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay. What happens at his house?
But my area, we put in my house, his area. Him, taking his hand, on my chest area, his hand, below my bedroom.
Just like the last time. When you say his mouth below your belt, is that the same area that we use the bathroom urine comes out?
Yes.
Let me save you a little bit of time. That area that you call your private area below your belt, you said that when you use the bathroom, urine comes out. We're gonna call that a vagina, okay? You remember that?
Okay.
Vagina. And the area that you call his private part, that pee comes out when he goes to the bathroom, we'll call that a penis, okay? All right, can you remember that? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So your mouth, or sorry, his mouth on your vagina. And is that inside, outside, or something else?
Inside.
Okay. And then your mouth on his penis, is that in your mouth, outside your mouth, or something else? His hand on your vagina, is that inside, outside, or something else?
Outside.
And on his hand on your chest?
Yes.
Where at in the house would this happen?
Which location are you at?
His house.
His bedroom.
And would there be anybody else home at the time?
Yes, my little brother.
Would you ever be in the room when it happened?
No.
Does it? At his house, is this one time or more than one time?
More than one time. I used to maybe drop off for like maybe just for the summer for like maybe a week or a few days. So we'll have to mostly almost every day.
Is there anything else you remember happening at his house?
No.
And so this started when you were 5 and it ended when you were 11?
Yeah, I was almost 12, so like 12, 11 and a half.
Is there any other time that you remember this happening? At any of these locations?
Yes, I was 11. Yes, I was 11, and he had just had surgery for something regarding his chest or something, and he couldn't really move his arms a lot. So he was in my mom's room, and he made me put my mouth on his penis.
You said you were at your mom's, or do you remember which address this was at?
46
46. And when you put your mouth on his penis, is that inside, outside, or something?
Inside.
Do you tell anybody about what's happening when it's happening?
No, I kept these secrets almost every year.
What makes you finally tell?
It got to a point where I was starting to want to hurt myself because I started to think about it a lot. I don't know why I just started to. I would sometimes just have nightmares of it. And it made me want to tell. I started to try to just take the edge off by just doing things that I shouldn't do. And it got to a point where I just had to say something. So I told in the year of 2022, I told in the year. And
What do you have?
my mom.
She's the first person you told about this?
No.
No. Who's the first person?
The person I told was my friend / my sister. I asked her, what should I asked her, like, had she ever had anyone say that to her? And what should I do? And every time we were having some financial problems, so I didn't know if I should say anything, or just keep my mouth closed.
Do you remember how old you were when you told your friend?
I was 12.
And is she like a sister to you?
Yes.
What's her name? Jakira?
I don't know her.
Jakira?
No, not possibly, Jakira. She was a lot older than me. She was like 15, maybe 16. I think she turned 16.
She's turning 16.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time.
Sorry.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examine.
Hello, Ms. Covington.
Hi.
My name is James Schwab, I'm an attorney. And I'd like to ask you some questions too.
Okay.
So, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
Blood, I have one sister, and I have 2 brothers and a half a brother.
Okay. And, are you the oldest of the children?
Yes.
Okay. And, when these things were supposedly happening to you, were all the children in the house?
For the first location that I did get on the apartment, it was just me and my little brother, which is the second oldest. My mom, was having my third brother, which is kind of like the baby, but not.
Okay, so there was one child on, St. Antoine Street, one other child in the house on St. Antoine?
Yes, for the apartment.
And how many children were there on the Devonshire Street?
No, I didn't know.
I'm
I
sorry,
forgot what the street was called.
9160. Did you live on 9160 Devonshire?
Yes,
And how many children were located there?
4, including myself.
Okay, and were they all in the house when these things supposedly happened?
Yes, and sometimes no.
Okay. And the street, St. Antoine Street? Any other children there at that time?
It's 2 streets, so like you identify others.
4672 St. Antoine. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. That would be the third location.
Every kid was in the house.
Okay. And Patton Street, that's where your grandmother was?
Yes.
And with the children there as well?
My little siblings really wasn't over. It was just sometimes just me and my second oldest brother and like maybe a few times, maybe like 2 times that my other little brother would come.
Okay. Now, did you tell us that on Patton Street that you were dropped over there for longer periods of time?
Yes.
And would those be weeks or months or?
Not really weeks or not really months. It was more so a few days and not even really close to a month.
Okay. And this was over the course of the summer?
Yes, there's sometimes we just with breaks from school and my mom needed to work during the break, so yes, we will be dropped off over there.
So did you like having to go live at somebody else's house? Or visit like that?
No, I'm more of a spoiled kid, so I like to stay home. So
Okay.
no, I don't even like to be dropped off. Even I don't like to go nowhere.
Did you complain to your mom about having been dropped off?
No.
And were your siblings, your brothers and sisters present on any of these occasions, present in any of these occasions?
No.
Touching supposedly took place?
No.
Were they asleep or were they awake?
Asleep.
They were all asleep.
Yes.
Now, you didn't complain to your mother about any of these touchings before the one you described to us. You were 11 years old? Is that how old you were when you were?
When I came out and said something?
To your mom, yeah.
Yes, I was 12.
12, I'm sorry. And what made you decide to do that?
And I told the prosecutor I was starting to feel overwhelmed and wanted to hurt myself and was having different nightmares about it, about other people letting him just watching and letting him hurt me, like type of nightmares I would have. And I asked my sister, my friend, I asked her, what should I do? She felt sorry for me, so she told me that I should just say something because it's not, even if I just keep it in and keep letting it happen, it's gonna get worse than it.
Okay. Now, did you tell your mommy that you wanted to see a therapist?
Yes.
How long have you been seeing a therapist?
After I said something, I started to see a therapist slash a counselor. I started really twice. Because I only saw her twice because I felt like I needed to have some in-person encounter with someone because I feel like someone wasn't really going to help.
I understand. So I understand further. Did you ask, were you seeing a therapist before you finally told you?
No.
Okay. So it was only after you told you?
Yes. I also saw kind of school counseling.
Okay.
I saw like mom had told her what happened just in case I do start to act out in school. She told her like if I do ever needed to talk, I can. So it was good counseling.
Were you having some problems at school before you told them about it?
You know, I was acting normal.
So your grandfather, Calvin Spencer, he was acting as your babysitter for the most part, is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Not really as quarterly as babysitter, more so as grandfather should help.
but your mom wasn't there, is that correct?
No.
She had somebody in there around you while she was away at work.
Yes.
So, did you dislike having a babysitter or somebody having to watch you?
No, I understood because as a parent, you have to do what it is to provide for the kids that you have. So I did understand, as for her to have to work, but I never really complained to her and tell her anything because I already knew it was hard enough for her to ask anybody for help.
Were there some other relations that would come over to the house? Or the apartments and houses?
No, not really. Sometimes it was just supposed to be my friends, so I could come outside or just to hang out. But kids weren't like girls my age or just wasn't allowed to come over while he was watching. Yeah.
During the years that this was supposedly happening, did was your grandmother, was Mr. Spencer married?
No, he wasn't married to my grandmother, and he wasn't married to anybody I know.
So your grandmother's on the other side of the family, is that what you're saying?
No, she's on this side of the family, but they were together, but they wasn't married or really on talking period.
I understand. So did she come over a lot?
No, we really didn't see her. She was not really a part.
And you were attending school during all these years?
Yes.
And you did report any of this activity to your teachers or counselors?
No. I recently started to act out and just get in trouble for just those things, but other than that, I wasn't really showing any signs that I was being hurt.
Okay. So how much younger is your brother than you? 2 years, did you say?
Which one?
The one.
That's is after me?
Yeah. Directly.
As of right now, he's 11.
Okay. And he wasn't in the room when any of this was happening?
No. As I stated before, everyone, all my siblings that were in the house were asleep or in different rooms. But at the moment, I did share a room with my little sister.
When you finally decided to say something to your mom, when was the last time?
When was the last time that
something happened?
When I was 11 and I was getting ready to just get parts of my hair braided, and I was he had just had surgery for his heart or something. I don't know really. And Ms. Glee did ask me to, I did, well, he told me to put my mouth on his teeth.
Okay. All right.
Can you redirect?
Okay.
Thank you. You may stay.
And another witness,
Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant? People?
Your Honor, at this time, we will move to find over on the part of the complaint warrant. I do believe, by my counting, she did testify to 8 times of CNC first degree. And I believe actually she testified to at least 4 times of CNC 2 that I counted. So I would have to have 1 more count of CNC 2.
Well,
no, it brings a question of fact as for the one more count. Close question.
I agree, it is a question of fact. The court is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. That is the original charges as well as one additional count of such conduct consecutive. Court will find the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date and time would be March 29th at 8:30. March 29th at 8:30. Bound to be continued.
Thank you, Judge. May I work with the order for counseling and testing?
Yes.
Would the court refer to pretrial services?
Bound to continue. Thank you.
For the next case.
Thank you as well.
Second floor, you should have moved those people from that courtroom. Move to the other end of the hallway.
Hey, how you doing?
Smart.
So that concludes the docket for the week, folks. Hope to see you Monday, same bat station, same bat time. Have a good weekend.
Yes, Tom.
Me too.
I have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too now. I appreciate you. Madam Clerk, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Oh, thank you for allowing me
You were
to
great.
be Madam Clerk this week. It was a great experience. I can't thank you enough.
So this is like being in New York. You can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
It was very smooth, Judge. You got it. You got it.
Yes.
Yes, you do. And I can't talk to our neighbor. She.
Oh, yeah, that's my background.
Oh, my goodness.
Girl, that's the MVP. She go.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, no. Okay, I'll be on a minute. Kimbell.
Our last report. Judge, I don't know how you got here so quickly this morning and you was navigating Zoom. I don't even want to know, like, I'm not even gonna ask. Glad you made it here safe. Everybody.
Y'all ain't watching those games yesterday?
Absolutely. I had to watch the tape of Michigan State. They did the thing one time.
Yeah, Oakland won too. They beat Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, I watched the Oakland game too. That boy was raining threes, wasn't he?
He was.
I was like, wow.
Where that come from? I know.
So Purdue plays tonight.
Oh, okay. Who they playing tonight?
Northwestern won, Purdue got some chumps.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you know they're the number one seed.
Right.
16 seed.
Okay. Be something different.
Yeah. Hello there.
How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah. He's looking pretty good though. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Hi, I hope you okay. Thank you. Okay, Judge, please excuse me. I'm going to go get myself together.
All right.
Make
Anything, you
Yeah, thank you.